Oh, hey. I didn't see you there. How's it going? Look at that. Got that all set up and beautiful. Today we're going to be talking about homebrew. Well, homebrew and not homebrew, and I guess when you hit a certain level in D&D, it's all homebrew. It's not really designed to go that high level, even though there are mechanics for it, which is funny. Specifically, I wanted to start off with power creep, because I know in my games I have a lot of problem with power creep, and I have a lot of interesting and fun ways of dealing with it. It is crucial to maintaining balance and enjoyment of game that you manage power creep correctly. Because the game can get to the point where it feels like there's no consequences, and that's not what you want. Because if there are no consequences, then we're all just sitting around playing pretend, you know? I mean, we are kind of all sitting around playing pretend anyways, but like with rules and boundaries, otherwise we're just making stuff up. So the way I manage power creep is by constantly balancing and equaling mechanics. So what I mean by that is that I don't mind if my players get very overpowered as long as it's not overcomplicated, right? Because overpowered I can deal with by making enemies that are equally as powerful, as long as the HP stacks up. But like overcomplicating it makes it bogged down and boring. And I don't think anybody wants... Like, everybody wants to be the necromancer and control a zombie army, but nobody wants to take 26 turns in combat because it sucks. I'll let you know, it's not fun. But there are things to try to help with that, like horde mechanics, where you roll for large swaths of creatures all at once. That's always a big help. I love it when a DM will let me roll for all of my conjured animals in one roll. It's like kind of like high risk, high reward, you know? Less chance of criticals for sure, but like if I land one hit, then they're all going to land. If I land no hit, they're all going to miss. And it's just like the turn is done. Boom. If they all hit, I can just start rolling damage. And I know it's not like, I don't know, it sounds like I'm unbalancing it, but like it's for the sake of time. Does that make sense? Because you also don't want to take 45 minutes for your turn if everyone else is taking 2 to 3 minutes, right? You're taking up everyone's time. And in a game where we only get to play for like 4 hours at a time at best, it feels very selfish to take up that much time. So I actually... I like to suggest that everyone in the party take control of one of those creatures, if that is the case. Same thing with necromancers. If I'm a necromancer, why would I control everything when I'm so good at delegating out tasks, right? So, like, all of my friends can have some zombies. Oh, you don't like zombies? Well, here's a wight and some other thing that you can control. I don't know, necromancers get wild stuff at higher levels. But yeah, you don't have to run it all yourself. That way, you're still running just as much power, but not in one place. You can kind of spread it around so everybody feels that power, and then people start thinking like, oh, well, how can I do that back? How can I do that in return in a way that is fun for everyone else? Because, end of the day, it's all about maximum enjoyment, right? Unfortunately, there are lots of aspects to the game that have to be unenjoyable for maximum enjoyment. That's a weird thing to say. So, like, I can't just give you everything you want straight off the bat because that doesn't feel satisfying. There's an interesting thing about cake mixes in the 1950s. I know this is way off topic, but I swear it'll make sense. So, in the 40s or 50s, they introduced new cake mixes that were easy to make. And I mean, like, people used to spend all day long making a cake because of how arduous it was. They had to make everything from scratch, right? So when I think it was like what, Betty Crocker or something like that came out with a single box cake that you just added water, mixed it up, and baked it, they're like, that's not real cake. That's not real, and no one would buy it. It was the AI art equivalent of cake in the 50s. So when everybody started making these cakes, everyone was like, oh, that's not real, and I don't appreciate you bringing fake ass cake to my bat mitzvah, you know what I mean? So they changed a couple things, and they added, like, they took out the egg and the milk, which you can absolutely add powdered, and they made it where you had to put in the egg and the milk yourself, right? Egg, milk, water, and you can make a cake. And now it feels like you're making a cake, right? Instead of just whipping it all together instantly, it feels like you're doing something. And I think that's how game mechanics should be, right? You have to feel like you're doing something. If you just start off with everything you ever wanted, then what's the point of the game? What are you doing? What are we trying to achieve in an overall story arc, right? Especially at higher levels, you got to really pay attention to what you're hoping to achieve. Because if you lose sight of your goal, then you lose sight of like what is the point of the campaign, right? And it's obviously like backstory and storyline, player actions equal consequences equal storyline, right? So try not to have side quests that are too all over the place, I guess, would be a good tip. I'm real bad about that, by the way. I'm terrible about having side quests that have nothing to do with anything and they're just random spouts out into the world. I love it. Big fan of throwing my players into the Feywild for no reasons. No reasons? For no reason. But at higher level gameplay, there are some things like you can change the rules of the world, right? World-altering events happen in high-level campaigns where, like, one example that I have is the core is starting to rupture because magic, blah, 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 blah. It's a campaign setting that I made. But, like, it can be any type of ensuing event, right? Say that a god came by and decided that squirrels were garbage. Hate them. Hate squirrels. Get rid of them. Boom. All of them gone. Well, I mean, how's that going to affect the ecosystem? Squirrels are prey, right? So a lot of predators are going to have to find a new food source or figure something else out. Squirrels not existing anymore will, I mean, it sounds silly, but they'll affect druids. Like, druids will no longer be able to wild shape into squirrels. They're no longer going to be able to fill that niche of whatever they did. Cleanup, I assume, picking up a lot of nuts and storing them in places. Carbon sink? I don't know. I'm not that smart. But I know for sure losing out on that much of a food source is probably a big deal to some of the predators, you know? And you can at least express that by, like, having predators be more aggressive in the region. Things that normally wouldn't attack now attack people, you know? Because squirrels. And not even, like, direct predators. Like, wolves don't really hunt squirrels, but maybe creatures that hunt squirrels are some of the things that wolves hunt, you know what I mean? Ecosystem adjacent. Does that make sense? Another big thing for high-level campaigns is not like set the primary storyline on pause necessarily, but adjacent, right? Side quests should matter in the sense that, like, dimensional or planar adventures, right? Let's say one of your companions happens to draw the wrong card from the deck of many things and gets sucked into a crystal in the Chaos Realm. Well, now you have an adventure. If y'all were level 4, bye, he's gone forever. But if y'all are level 17, well, that's we can go do this. Even if you're like level 10, that's a thing that you can do and potentially be higher level because of it. trying to figure out ways to become immune to things, to go to the elemental planes. Like if you go to the elemental plane of fire, everyone needs to be very resistant to fire or they need to be immune, right? This is an Undertale, is it? Why are you so tiny? What the hell's going on? No, this is an Undertale. How's it going, Tips and Tricks? Why are you so tiny? I'm a tiny little man. What's going on? Let's see. I don't use Stream Avatar very much, so it's probably something I did. Let's see. Scale, which makes me a giant wizard. We'll make that. Don't squish me. I love that. Where's the name at all? Oh, there's your name. Okay, well, I don't want it to be ridiculously huge. Let's put it down there. But also, you should be... Oh, I'm just huge. Why are you a zombie? What do you mean? What Toby Fox snow thingies? I don't even know what you mean. Why am I so huge? Hey, man. Can I just... Listen. Whee! Get the giant wizard out of here. Why are you, like, sliding around, too? Oh, my God. Giant wizard is back. You know what? That's fine. We can have a giant wizard. We can just... Whee! The snow thing's in front of the shack. I don't even know what you mean. Is this... I don't want rubber band. Get over here. Oh no, I grabbed you. Big ass wizard, get out of here. How do I get rid of me? Trash him. Nope, he's still there. Alright, well. Spawned? Can I Oh, there it is. Boom. Nailed it. Okay. What the... Get rid of the big-ass wizard. What's happening? Anyways, this doesn't look like D&D. Outside of dragons. No, this is just the whatever stream avatar thing so I can talk about D&D. I've been literally nonstop talking about D&D for like 30 minutes. Let me see. What part? I have notes here. Mythical creatures and alliances is where I was at next, where you'd kind of like work with dragons and things like that to try to make a deal or figure out a quest. We're talking about things to do in high-level campaigns because it can get weird. What? Get out of here. Why am I fighting? Hello? What is happening? Get... Oh my god. Thanks for the follow. What is happening? Can I at least be a unicorn? Where'd I go? Oh, what? I'm so... What is happening? Why am I a bunch of tiny unicorns? Oh no. What is happening? Titan. Oh, it's broken, gang. Oh, God. Okay, so some of them are just broken. That's what I'm finding out now. Some of them are just broken. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We just have a giant wizard. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow for sure. I'll be streaming. Yeah, I'm going to be streaming today and tomorrow because, like, the holidays are a hard time for a lot of people, and I got a lot of friends that it really, like, messes with, so I'll be here. Talking about D&D. Let me see. Quick access. No, I don't want the background color. No, I don't want to disconnect. Let's see, I'll disconnect for now. Yeah, but I don't want, like, the mummy and stuff. Why is there minotaurs and mummies? Get out of here. How do I delete this one? Delete. Continue. Yes, delete. Thank you. No, the alien's fine. He can be there. The ancient? Archer. Yeah, that's fine. Archmage. Black Dragon? That's sweet. Oh, this is the one I want. This is the only one I ever wanted. Ever. Save. Connect. Did I fix it? I think I fixed it. Let's see. Oh, I'm a giant mage again. Okay, well. Okay. Nope. I'm still just so big. Oh my god, and now I'm a giant lich. Okay. Let's be this thing. Oh, that's weird. I love it. Blockman. Red mage. Is this it? Okay, that's close. I'm getting closer. Black mage. Yes! I nailed it. Can't believe I figured it out. I'm gonna go refill my coffee. I'll be right back. Oh my god, I'm so fast. Look at me. Phew. All right, where was I at? Oh, in mythical creatures, right? Yeah, mythical creatures. One thing I often like to do in my campaigns is that, I mean, adventurers meet dragons. That's a thing that happens eventually, whether they want to or not. I oftentimes will have the dragon be, like, not a bad guy, but definitely not a good guy, and they will offer quests, right? Hey, I'll give every single one of you 1,000 gold a piece if you go and get this item for me. And you go and retrieve a deck of many things, right? It's a great quest because, like, 4 out of 5 groups will keep the deck, and now you have a dragon for a bad guy that wants to fight your players. Not just that, a clever dragon that's been collecting magic items, and I think that's neat. So, if you are getting to the point where, like, you have a main big bad guy, but you're still 10 levels away, try to have something the players can work towards. Somebody who's too powerful for them to fight currently, but, like, with enough setup and prep, they could definitely get to fight whatever this is, right? Like, let's say an ancient blue dragon. This ancient blue dragon wants you to find a staff of power, a robe of the archmage, or the magi, whatever, and a deck of many things, right? So 1,000 gold apiece. All of you make 1,000 gold for each one of these items you bring back. That's a great deal. But also, you're building up this thing, and you have no idea what their motives are, right? So you can kind of play with the meta of that. Either have people present your party with information, right? So, like, not everyone is going to like that blue dragon. It's going to have enemies. So when the enemies find out you're working for that blue dragon, they're going to want to throw you off. Hey, you know that guy killed his brother, right? Which may be true. Maybe his brother was an evil blue dragon. Like, wait, what do you mean he killed his brother? Yeah, it's not something he talks about, but he definitely did. And, like, boom, now you have the players investigating, trying to find out what's up with this guy. I want to make this guy so much smaller. I'm trying to see. I can just, like, scale chat to that too, right? Or maybe even hide myself. I don't know. I love being that little wizard, though. Anyways, the idea would be to either find a reason that the players would not like this dragon, or make the items perpetually more and more tempting until eventually they have to steal one, right? If you have them go to the 9 hells and steal the Sword of Zariel in a heist, one of your players is not going to give that up. I don't know which one, but one of them is going to be like, "No, we need this sword." Every time. And if that doesn't work, I mean, have them go try to steal a Ring of 3 Wishes. Boom. I've never seen a group of players that would turn down a Ring of 3 Wishes. I wish that this dragon was not after us anymore. And that's just one, you know? And of course, you can always have something like, oh, well, the dragon has a MacGuffin to where he is immutable to wish magic. What high-level creature wouldn't have something like that, right? If you're powerful enough that people might try to wish you dead, like, it might be prudent to take precautions. And I could imagine making a Ring of Negate Wish, like, as just a normal magic item. Which actually brings me to my next point pretty seamlessly. High-level encounter design is a big deal, right? Because it's not just like, boom, I hit points decrease, boom, I get hit points decrease, because that sucks when you have to do it for 14 rounds, right? And 14 rounds is like a typical dragon fight. I've seen fights with like multiple creatures as well as a dragon take 30 rounds. It sucks. It's not fun. That's 2 hours of combat. Did you know that? Like 2 real-life hours of combat for 30 rounds. That's a thing. Maybe longer. But the real way, and I don't even think it's like numbers go up, or I think mythical action is bad, right? Resetting health bar, I don't like that. Yeah, if you had an older edition and had a paladin, the party would definitely... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you have a paladin, that might make for some interesting dynamics. Like, maybe you never break that deal and you always bring the stuff back. Also, how's it going, Glitch King? Yeah, but maybe you never break that deal and you bring it all the way to the conclusion. Then yeah, I would give you all an epic boon from this dragon. And now you have this campaign that is about trying to justify why you work with this ancient blue dragon, you know? No, but absolutely, that's the kind of role play I'm looking for, is someone who's like, no, we don't break our word. I don't care if he's evil. We made a deal. We are not evil. We don't break our word. Because then you go to the 9 hells and get the Sword of Zariel, and you're like, all right, we have the sword, but we need to find out what you're going to do with it first before we just give it to you. All right, we're going to have to talk about this. We're discussing high-level campaign design, and specifically high-level encounters. So instead of being a slog back and forth with just HP, I like to have it be like, I mean, I hate to say it like this, but like a video game fight with multiple tiers. Like, I had my party fighting in, it was essentially a Hydra, but existed in the 9 hells. So it was like uber ancient and had multiple heads sticking out of this big lagoon. So you couldn't find the actual body for it. And each thing was like, oh, each head does kind of a different thing. And it wasn't a traditional Hydra. It just had a bunch of heads and they didn't come back when you cut them off. Anyways, Hydra's a wrong word. So over time, though, they figured out that if like they kill this head, then it's going to stop regenerating, as where this head is the one that helps with petrification or whatever. And you know, they found out that taking out the main body was actually not as beneficial as taking out the heads, because like the body itself is just a big chunk of muscle, so it can hit you, but like it's not disintegrating you. You know what I mean? next on my list here, I have focusing on epic narratives. There is a list somewhere out there that does a scaling narrative where it starts in like a tavern. The tavern owner asks you to go downstairs and investigate why there are so many rats, right? Well, that leads you into a sewer system that leads you to a group where there are dire rats, and you find out that were rats are there, and blah, 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 blah. Did the Hydra and Hydra and Tiamat having beef would be an excellent hook for sure, because Tiamat does not want any other like dragons, air quote, with multiple heads, even to the point where if like she has babies with multiple heads, she'll be like, "Hey, are you a good mating partner? No, then die." Duh. And even if they are a good mating partner, it's like, "Hey, we made babies. Now you can die." I remember there's a whole thing about that in the lore. I see you a lot in my YouTube comments section. I always appreciate your comments because they're detailed. Do you have any questions about high-level game design? I've ran 5 campaigns from level 1 to 0. I just wrapped up another from level 1 to 0? Level 1 to 20. God, I'm tired. Still so tired today. From level 1 to 20, 1 to 0. I'm an idiot. I officially finished my 5th one just the other day, and it was a hoot. A hoot and a half and a holler. And one of my campaigns actually was, they were doing fetch quests for a dragon. That was like kind of the whole hook. And over time, they met like the dragons. They didn't know it was a dragon to start with. There was some curse, because this was all taking place during Tomb of Annihilation. So some curse was causing people to not being able to be healed if they had died before, right? And like if you had died before, slowly you were withering away, which is a big plot hook to like that whole adventure in Chult, Tomb of Annihilation. So because of this, the whole party were like, "Hey, we're new fresh adventurers and none of us have ever died before, so let's go on these adventures." And dragons were like, "Oh shit, all of these people are like not doing well, and some of them in fact dying, so all these magical artifacts that were locked away for hundreds of years are now up for grabs as some of these ancient creatures are dying. Some of these adventurers that somehow prolonged their life by cheating and magic now are dying off. So like, yeah, who doesn't want to go get some of these epic artifacts that have been lost to adventurers?" We've never gotten to higher level, so I'm not sure how the balance dynamics work, because some of the higher level abilities look broken AF. Yeah, for sure. I mean, Wizards of the Coast doesn't care about balance past level 10. So like that's a thing I've always had to do past level 10 is rebalance everything. Cuz like it just doesn't work. So, and there's so many things you just want to be like, "No, you can't do that. That's too powerful." And then you look at it and you're like, "This is literally just their abilities." What? So like you have to completely rethink how you run the game when you hit like level 10 and above. For sure. That's like the gloves are off. It's time. You guys are going to fight a vampire wizard that has a full spell list and an item that gives him 1/9 level spell slot every day. That's fair. That's a fair fight for 5 level 10 characters. That vampire wizard should have at least 5 friends with them. I want to say 3 brides and 2 homies. The homies should probably be something horrific, like a big flesh golem or a heart that is affixed in the middle of the room that gives him an extra 300 hit points. Something like that, you know? That sounds like a good encounter. Just off the top of my head. I mean, I don't even know where that comes from or anything. Yeah. For those who don't know, that's from an adventure. But like, with everything that's going on with Wizards of the Coast, it's like, I don't think they care. So I gotta rebalance it myself, you know? Radiant Citadel had a lot of good things, but other adventures just oof. Like, I really liked Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft, right? But also, like, everyone hated it because there was not a lot of stuff. Like, there's all these stuff about the Domains of Dread, but nothing about how to, like, actually do all the things in them. It's just like, well, here's the information. Good luck. I love that. As someone who rewrites their own campaign every time, anyways, it was perfect. So it was amazing to get into that and like write my own adventures based around it. But I find a lot of people who were upset because there wasn't more, you know. But really, you could do what I did and just go back to like second edition and pull up all the old stuff, and then bring it forth into the future. On my list here, I have planned for high-level resources. This is actually a really good one because a lot of dungeon masters won't let you use some of these cool things that you get, right? You have alchemy, but you can't ever make a potion. That sucks, right? I have ink, I have spells, I have vellum, and I'm a wizard. Why can't I make scrolls every day? And which is weird that a lot of dungeon masters be like, oh, well, I mean, you just don't make them. You don't have time. Or you have to spend 100 gold on the ink, so you can't make them. Which is understandable. I understand it being a money sink, especially at higher levels. You should have a lot of things that are big money sinks. You know, if you're level 10 and you don't have like a house or a village or a castle or something that your players are trying to maintain in some way, I think you should. I think you should have that. Having a money sink like that leads to good roleplay, I believe. Because then you have to figure out what to do with all these things instead of just having so much money it's stupid. That's a thing that just happens with higher level campaigns is that just eventually your players find the money glitch, you know? And you can just tell them no and like take it away from them over and over, but like that doesn't feel good. That feels bad. A lot of times DMs will forget too, whenever they get to that high level, that balancing needs to include fun, right? You have to include fun as a factor when balancing out not just encounters, but everything. It's a whole thing. Let me see. I have a bunch of questions here that I've been saving up as well. Are any characters significantly more powerful than other party members? I don't know what that's in reference to. Oh, snap, dropped my thing. Let me see. That doesn't even make sense. Oh, that's a question. If one of yours, maybe they meant if one of your players is more powerful than the rest of the party, definitely you're going to have to figure that out. The easiest thing is to talk to them. Hey, I messed up. You're too powerful. We need to fix this or bring it in line with the rest of the group, right? Maybe you can do that by nerfing whatever the thing is. It feels bad to do that, but I do like it as a temporary nerf. So like, let's say your whatever Rod of Tentacles, it doesn't work right now because it's out of magic. So you need to go on a quest to refuel it or repurpose the whatever magic in it. That way you can use it again. That way over the next 3 levels, you can kind of like bring it back to where it was or bring it back to a nerfed version that feels better. While everybody else catches up in power to whatever they were trying to balance, right? I would also say that necessarily you don't even have to nerf people that are too powerful. Maybe just it's time for everybody to have magic items, right? So if you give the rest of the group magic items, then it makes it much easier to feel as powerful and influential as the one, right? Let me see. What is the next question? Oh, these ones are all from Patreon. I don't know if this is going to be correct. These are all balancing. How can a dungeon master maintain a sense of danger and adventure at high levels? This is really good. One of the things I could say is unpredictability. Try to throw things at your players that they're not going to, not necessarily not prepared for, but not expecting, right? When you get to this town, there's some blight that's affecting all the villagers, but people who get sick disappear in the night, right? They're not found. They don't come back as zombies. They don't attack people. They're just gone. But like maybe this sickness pulls them into the ethereal plane, and that's what you slowly figure out over time. And I think that's neat. I think that'd be a good hook. Okay, let me see. How do you craft grand overarching plots that remain engaging throughout high-level campaigns? I think a lot of that comes down to linking smaller story plots, right? And connecting that all to a larger narrative. So if you have like 5 seemingly unrelated quests, and then they tie into an overarching storyline over time, it's going to feel like you've solved this mystery once one of your players puts it together, right? They're going to be like, oh, it's the king that's been doing all this. And then you have this moment where everybody realizes what's happening. And like, one of the beautiful things as the dungeon master or the storyteller is that if the party comes to a conclusion that may or may not be true, it can be true in that moment if you want it to be. Like, oh, that's way better than the storyline I have. And then just like, now it's true. Easy peasy. I know that feels kind of like cheating, and obviously you don't want to do that very often because that can get it can get very annoying to have somebody do that over and over where it pulls the rug out from under you. But like every once in a while, it's a good way to kind of add some zhuzh to the story. What is this one? What are the keys to creating memorable and challenging villains for high-level players? Let me see. I think a lot of the memorable villains that I've come in contact with have like clear motivations, and not just clear motivations, but sometimes like more relatable motivations, right? There is a druid who's been burning down villages because he doesn't like that they're coming into this new forest, right? He's been protecting this forest for over 100 years. People are coming in, clear-cutting places and putting in settlements. So he's been burning them down. That's a bad guy. He's killing people with fire. That's a bad person, right? They have to be stopped. But also, they're not wrong, you know? That sucks. Because you have this scenario where this very wrong person is doing or trying to do good things, but like they're doing bad things for a good reason. Does that make sense? And I think that I think balancing that is a huge part of it too, because you don't want the bad guy to be underpowered to the point where the players can just walk in and deal with them. And if they are that underpowered compared to the players, then have them have a good like hiding strategy. A druid is perfect because they could literally like turn into woodland critters and run off into the woods. I love that. Powerful druid lich. Let's see. What was the next question? Oh, this one's political intrigue, isn't it? What strategies can be used to develop complex political plots that go beyond simple combat? How can you encourage players to engage in the narrative? Oh, how do you encourage the players to engage in and navigate political intrigue effectively? Ooh, this was really good. This is actually one that I am not super proficient in. Does he use plant growth to remake the... Yeah, that's what I figured. You show up at a town and it's like completely just grown over with forest, and you find like remnants of burnt bits throughout, right? So it's like a mystery that you'd have to figure out. For sure, exactly that. What strategies? Okay, yeah. I don't like doing political intrigue as much because it takes a lot of work. That being said, it's very satisfying to do. You have to develop complex political plots by creating webs of relationships, alliances, conflicts, various fashions. I like to take like a storyboard or like a flowchart and literally build it out to where like one thing leads into another, right? The chocolatiers don't like the muskratiers because they stole their shtick, whatever. And then the muskratiers are working with the jellyfolk because the jellyfolk have an alliance with the jelly mint chocolate folk. You know what I'm saying? And this is all Crown of Candy I'm talking about, because I run a Crown of Candy game, so I have to do political intrigue for that. Another one is you can encourage the players to use diplomacy, espionage, and negotiation whenever possible. Hiya, friend. How's it going? Oh my god, long time no see, Monster. How you been? Oh, you're a little skeleton. Oh, that's so good. I seen you've been playing Ark here and there. We totally have a server. I mean, it's nothing special, but you probably have your own server too. Everybody seems to. So do I. Yeah, for sure. Everybody seems to have their own server. I was going to say link it in chat, but I don't know if you'll get timed out. Let me see. Do you have a link for it? I'll totally permit you, and then you can link it in chat. Oh, you're VIP. You could probably do it anyways. I think VIPs can do the things in chat. Let me see. Oh, my dog is freaking out in the other room. I think she needs to go out. Just being real weird, real squirrely. Do. Did it show up? Looks like it showed up. Cool. Whoa, Keebs. Why you gotta be like that? Get out of here. Purged. You've been banned for 1 second, Keebs. Boobies.com. Get out of here. You're silly AF. I'll open this for later. New dawn. A new dawn awakens on roleplay. What is this? Oh my god, I have 17 notifications. What is happening? Oh my god. Hello? What's going on? Okay, cool. None of these are important. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. What? Click on it. Click on it, I butt. Thanks, ButtBot. Classic as always. It was a troll. It was safe. Yeah, I don't believe you. It's okay if it was safe. I still don't believe you. It's boobies.com. Is it birds? Was it blue-footed boobies? Because that's actually funny. ButtBot, why are you a little anime woman in the thing there? ButtBot, what's going on? I had no idea. It's just a website for sale? Oh. But I don't believe you. But now I do. But now I don't. So, anyways. Things have been going good. Just been running D&D. That's pretty much my whole life. I've been trying to get back into streaming roleplay, but I haven't really gotten into any of the servers. I know that, like, Wild West is still there and a couple of other ones, but I don't know, man. I want to do something new and different, I think. Arc roleplay doesn't sound bad. Sounds fun. Are there magic mods yet for Arc? I need to be a wizard again. I need to be a wizard! But I just finished my 5th campaign, level 1 to 20, like as a dungeon master. So I figured I'd come on and talk about how to run high-level campaigns. And that's been my whole shtick today. I even made a YouTube short about it so that people could come from YouTube. What was the next question? I think it was about dungeons. There it is. I found it. It can wait. There it is. What elements make a dungeon challenging and exciting for high-level players? How do you design puzzles and traps that are suitable for experienced and powerful characters? What was that? Someone said something. I feel you. Not some I found stale. Yeah, for sure. I need to come and actually play D&D again. Last time was cut so short because of living arrangements. Yeah, for sure. I'm bald and have a ponytail. That's because you're a martial artist, Keebs. Who do you want to be? You know what? You want to complain about it? Look, now you're an egg. Boom. Now you're a little egg man. That's what you get. That's what you get about complaining. Eggman. Oh. And ButtBot gets to be let's see. ButtBot is a mage. Nope, I'm the mage. So let's see. ButtBot could be a little Hydra. Rawr! ButtBot the Hydra. Rawr! I can just change all of them. Now I'm the best character on screen. Complaining works. Yeah, it is that kind of system. Complaining works for sure. ButtBot the Menace, the Hydra. What was I talking about? Advanced. What elements make? Oh yeah, I remember. First off, I think Poots for Less. Wow, what a name. Thanks for the question, Poots for Less. I think you hit it on the head. Incorporating the puzzles into the dungeon itself is going to be helpful. Not only that, but incorporating creatures into the puzzles, into the dungeon, right? So if you release this door, it opens, there is also a vampire that comes out, right? But maybe the vampire's like, please let me out, man. I won't attack you. Please, I just want to leave. But like, obviously he's going to attack you, right? And of course, I already have a couple of ways to spice up puzzles. I have the infamous click mechanic, right? Where when a trap triggers, everyone hears an audible click. And now you get to use your reaction, right? Now, I usually make it where people don't have to use a reaction. They can use whatever action they want. It's like a little turn, right? You can't do multiple things. Like, you can't attack twice, but you could definitely grab your friend and throw them. Which I will let you know, the barbarian does every time. I grab the wizard and I throw them. Because, like, you don't want your wizard hit with a fireball. Especially at level 3, you're not going to have a wizard anymore. That's how that works. Yeah. So, the click mechanic, I think, is an interesting one. Having multiple stages for different types of skill checks can be tedious, but also can be something fun at higher levels, right? Maybe this trap doesn't just need a sleight of hand check, but it also needs an arcana check. Wizard dodgeball, yeah, for sure. It would be very common for a trap to have an arcana check if you're defusing a magical ward inside of a trigger plate, right? That makes sense to me. I have puzzles that aren't puzzles. I have traps that wizards make, so they're not very good traps. Like, it is a very low DC to disarm them, but if you don't see them at all, it's really, really bad. Like, it's a purplish, glittery smoke that spreads out, and as soon as it touches a flame, it combusts. But you can breathe this smoke in. So if you have breathed it in, you take an extra 10d6 damage when you're hit by it, whenever it ignites. And usually the trap is accompanied by like a magical brazier somewhere in the corner of the room, just like an ambient fire source. So whenever the cloud expands so far, touches the flame, everyone in the room's been breathing it in. So you take 8d6 from the fireball, and you take 8d6 if you've breathed it in. I will let you know, no 4th level character is going to survive that. What the hell is that? Oh my god. Do I have the dice set up? I don't know. What did I say? 10d6, let's see if you die. Okay, that's something. Okay, that's fine. It's numbers. Yeah, but that's not... Oh, each one of those is a d6. I was like, that number's way too high. So your first d6 was a 2, your second d6 was a 1. I see. Let's see. Is it exclamation point roll? I'll have to talk to my buddy who makes bots and see if I can fix that. 8d10. Sure did. 94. What happens if a character doesn't need to breathe? Well, then they wouldn't take that damage. They'd be immune to that secondary damage. Because, like, that's the kind of stuff you want to incorporate into your game. Right, Glitch King? Because, like, if you just negate it, oh, you take that extra damage anyways because it went into your body, that's like saying it doesn't matter what lineage you pick, right? If you're a Warforged or a... God, I just had it in my head. That one that's dead. The unliving one. Not a construct. They are reborn. If you're a reborn or a construct, then, like, I think you should be immune to that secondary damage because you have to breathe it in. It says you rolled an 8. So I was thinking about running a D&D game on my channel, just something silly. Pulling together some players with high quality microphones. God bless it. and then just like running a silly thing. Now, the main thing to this would be chat would be able to augment it with channel points, right? So you'd be able to come in here and like redeem your cursed quest. You see? Does this work? I don't see it. Where's it at? Alerts. Hello? What's going on? Where's my channel point one? Hello? Channel points. Right here. Alert duration. I'm so confused. Why did it not go off? Anyways. Chat D&D, pick a random chatter, roll for each encounter. I have seen people do that, play D&D with their chat, and it is pretty neat to do. It's a little bit of chaos. It's utter nonsense, but how do I give people these damn points? Because I want to give some points to Keebs or something so that they can test to see what the hell's going on with these things. Because why did maybe it ignores me when I do it, you know? Because that would make sense. Channel settings? Nope, that's not correct. Let me
try this and see if it likes real chatters.
It does. It seems like it works with real chatters. Get wrecked with your points. Haha. I think I can actually refund those. Let me see. I know there's a thing here. Channel points. Refund. Oh, it didn't let me refund yours. It let me refund my cursed quest. That's hilarious. All right, that's fine. It's okay. I'll just have to watch to earn more. Better stream. Don't let my points down. Yeah, I know, right? I'm going to be streaming today and tomorrow. I have no idea what I'm going to do. I'm going to be talking about D&D for a couple hours here. Get wrecked, yeah. You lost your points. I'm going to be talking about D&D for a while, and then I'm probably going to be, maybe playing Ark? I don't really know. Maybe Baldur's Gate? I haven't decided yet. What do you all think I should play? No idea? Just stream Avatar forever? Because that makes sense. Do I have the thing open? Oh, God. Is it open? You have 207 games in your Steam? That's funny. Put a dragon on the screen. Talk about D&D all night. All right, bet. Let's do it. Let's see. Can I be a dragon? Is that a dragon? Doesn't look like a dragon. I can be a Hydra. Does that count? Let's go to page 1. Lich, Mage, Titan, Swordsman, Skeleton. Let's try Lich. And I can make everyone hella big. Let's see. Quick access. Scaling. Boom. Now we're sieging. We destroy. Oh, unicorn. There we go. Boom. Let's see. Unicorn. Boom. What just happened? Oh my God, you're a bunch of tiny unicorns. What? What's going on with this? Oh, you're moving. I'm a unicorn army. Yes, you're a flock of unicorns. What do they call that? It's not a flock, right? What do they call that? A uniqueness of unicorns? Murder of crows, Parliament of owls, a uniqueness of unicorns. There we go. Horde of unis. I need to grab a cup of coffee. Don't do anything weird while I'm gone. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Why is your herd of unis so weird? What's going on? I don't understand. Let's see. Phoenix? Oh my god. You're so majestic. Oh my god, and it flies around. I think that's a winner. I love that Keebs is still just a little egg. I fly. I got one for you here. Blockman. Oh, you're all hidden behind everyone. There you are, Keebs. Look at that. I found you. Probably fix the background too. Let's see. Don't move around. Okay, don't do that. I hate it when it does that. Stop it. There we go. We're a winter menace. There we go. We can still see that, right? We want the name to be big enough that... Oh my god, not that big, jeez. Big enough that we can see it. Hawkeye. Love it. Auto hide. We're talking about D&D. What do you guys... You're distracting me with all these silly stuffs. Haha, I fly and I bring worth and snow. Is that really? It's true. Oh my god, my typing. It's okay. I had no idea what you meant anyways. I bring warmth and snow. Okay. I bring worth to the snow. It's so valuable now. Look at all this snow value I've accumulated. I kind of love that. I don't know why. Jack Frost. Look at all this snow wealth I've accumulated by investing in my own snowfolio. Okay, I'm sorry. Snowfolio? Come on. Where's my list of questions? End game. Here's one. Is this it? There it is. from Too Tall to Dance. Oh, sad. What are effective ways to plan and execute a satisfying end game for high-level campaigns? How can you ensure the final confrontation or event feels epic and conclusive? Huh. I think a satisfying end game should be cumulative, right? It should hit on all of the key themes of the campaign. Try to take into account the storyline and wrap up things from the beginning. Like early callbacks are always good. If you can find something from like the very first session and bring it into the last session, oh, that's the best. That's chef's kiss. But definitely you're going to want to provide closure for story arcs. Like even if you don't hit those notes in your campaign, you're going to want to at least cover them on the outro, right? So like, hey, you go back and you meet up with your mom and you give her the cure for tonsillitis or whatever. How do you and your mom spend out the rest of their days? And she's like, oh, well, me and my mom open a tavern in Planescape, and we sell the best rat's wine you ever had. Like that's the whole shtick. They role play out what happens over the next few years and over the course of their life. How can you ensure the final confrontation? I think the final confrontation should be like a test of all aspects of the player abilities and resourcefulness, right? So I think having something that is a callback as well as a reference to your own skills would be a really good way to incorporate that. So like, let's say you're fighting somebody who brings back some of your bad guys because they know your secrets. They know the people you've killed. Do you use false hydras? I know they are homebrew, but they are fascinating. I have used a false hydra before. It is a very touchy one. You have to be really careful when using the false hydra because you're essentially taking away player agency, but like that's what all horror is taking away player agency with consent, right? In my opinion. Rat's Wine is my favorite. They sure ran a great tavern. They sure did. Good people, salt of the earth. No, the false hydra is a good one, and I think Cinderblock Sally and I talk about that in my podcast episode. It's on the YouTube. He talks about how he ran a false hydra in his campaign to great success because they were in person, right? So he had some art that he had taped around the edges so that it just looked like it was a scroll that was kind of like fancy around the sides. Whenever everybody left for a break, he untaped part of it so that it kind of unrolled when they got back. And one of the players just fidgeting with stuff unrolled it, and there was another party member on the picture of them, like on the parchment, that like had never been part of their party. And that's just a really good way to indicate, hey, you've lost memories without actually taking memories away. Because that's where you get into a problem, right? You don't want to take away player memories. If you do, you want to use it very sparingly because that is all the player is. That's all the character is an amalgamation of memories and backstory. If you start tinkering with those, like people are not going to know how to roleplay their character and they're not going to have fun. But another way to do that is to add memories, right? Like you're not taking away, you're not going to be like, hey, you don't remember Steve, and Steve never existed, because that's hard to roleplay. But you're going to be like, hey, you don't remember, but you had a sister named Sarah. And when you guys were young, you used to catch crickets and throw them into the water because they were annoying or something like that. You like to watch the fish eat them. But you start to remember this person and you're like, wait, I don't remember growing old with them. What happened to Sarah? And like you start to get this extra part of backstory that wasn't there before. And of course you need consent from your players to be able to do this, because like if they're not into it, then don't push it. When running around a corner, what precautions would a party need to take to not be seen by a beholder asking for a friend who may be stuck At a corner. um, don't walk around that corner. Beholders, their whole thing is that they have a bunch of eyes and see you. Now it's not as much as a dragon, but like, yeah, you're not going to get by that thing without being seen. When running around a corner, nope, you're not sneaking. You're gonna get caught. Because the beholder's main eye in the middle is anti-magic, right? So it's an anti-magic cone. So it looks at you, and it doesn't matter if you have a robe of invisibility, it's going to cut straight through that, right? So be a Gloomstalker. GG. That's how you get past it. Be a Gloomstalker. Beholders aren't that hard to fight if you know what you're doing. The real trick is to clump up, you know? Everybody stay in one central area. Because, like, while the beholder is using its anti-magic cone, it can't hit anything with an eye beam in that cone because it nullifies magic, right? So if you're standing in that cone, the beholder can't hit you with any of its crazy eye beams that disintegrate you. A Banshee would have made up a silly way to sneak by. For sure. No, you gotta fight it. You can't sneak past the beholder. Its whole thing is eyeballs, man. That's its whole shtick. If we sneak past beholders, what are we doing? There has to be rules. Now, that being said, if your whole thing is stealth and you roll a 30, like, what am I going to do? Say the beholder sees you? No. But you definitely need to roll above a 15. That's for sure. You might be able to sneak past, but the entire party will not. If I make 5 people roll, one of you are going to roll badly, unless you're all spec'd for sneaking. And that's a different kind of campaign, right? Those stars better align. That's funny. No, it's a whole thing. That's also another great point. Avoidance in D&D is a big thing, right? You need to dig underground? Okay. Like a tunnel? I like that, actually. If you have mold earth, I would totally allow that for you to tunnel like under, or if you have like someone who's really good at digging, I guess. Yeah, 3 wizards with mold earth just tunneling out underneath. That sounds like a very clever way to avoid the combat. Good one, Glitch King. Also, for those who think I'm just talking to myself, Glitch King is on YouTube. Everyone else is on Twitch, by the way. Just so we all know. If anybody wants to open them both. Anyways, so when preparing for encounters like that, particularly high-level encounters, I find a lot of players will straight up want to avoid the encounter, which I will let them, right? I'm in both. I'm sexy. It's true. It's true. Keebs is a very sexy person. You have to watch out. Oh my god, you're on screen twice now! What did you do? Cheat hacks! It's rigged! This Keebs. I'm gonna get him. He's an ancient now. You're an ancient, Keebs. What? I'm gonna make you a plague doctor? And nope, it's broken. Doesn't work. Whatever. There's 2 of you. That's hilarious. You're gonna battle yourself? Anyways, what was I talking about? Encounters, right? Death strikes. Kill. Isn't it duel? Could not find target. Oh no. Oh wait. It did find target though. I'm so confused. What? Let's do it. No, let's make this serious. Let's put it. Let's do a real fucking bet. Oh, are we already dueling? Ooh, we're gonna fight. Oh, cow, cow. Wow, I don't see it. Where are we fighting? Stream Elements? What are you doing here? Get out of here. Get. Shoo. Stream Elements. Silly goose. Did we fight? I don't understand what happened. What did it do? Damn it, Keebs. I'll get you for this. You were already... Oh, Keebs has to accept it. That's a good point. Oh, no, I think you just exclamation point accept. Oh, you have 50 seconds. Oh, no. Pick some random dude. Oh, did I put in 2 E's? That's funny. I did not even spell your name right. That's hilarious. It's fine. It's fine. I put 2 E's instead of a Y. Why are there 2 Z's? Oh, because the YouTube Keebs has 2 E's. What do you mean I don't have enough currency? I only have 0 points? I have infinite points, you liar. That's the whole point, is that I have a god level amount of points. You son of a bitch. Can't believe you've done this to me. You only have 0 points. Wow. I can't even duel in my own chat. Feels bad, man. Wait. Wait, how does that work? But you don't have 0 points, do you? These are channel points. Is it not connected to the channel point system? What is going on? Let me go to Stream Elements. Streamlaments. Bot Choi. I mean chat bot Choi. Chat commands. Ball. Duels. Everyone's both command aliases. I don't understand. It says it's connected to the channel points. I have 8 new sponsorship opportunities. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Holy shit, I might be doing a sponsorship, gang. That's that's $3,000 for HelloFresh. Holy shit. This is a pretty good sponsorship. Anyways. Now it says there's a bunch of prerequisites, but the upper limit is $3,000. Let's see. No, what are the actual prerequisites for making money? I don't actually care about your sales pitch. I really just want to know what you require of me, like legally, because I don't like taking deals that I don't know what is legally required of me. Weird how that works, right? Anyways, I should probably read about that later. That's a weird thing that a lot of people don't talk about on Twitch, is like the sponsorships and stuff. I would love to have more information about how all of that works, because I've had to figure that out myself. Jump! Does it make you jump? It better. Did you not jump? Heading to work, wanted to pop in. Nice to see you, boss. Appreciate you being here. Who are you? Oh, you're gonna be a tiny little alien. Look at that. That's neat. Get out of here, Stream Elements. What are you doing? Banned. Appreciate you being here, boss. Happy holidays. Cutest little alien ever. I do love how huge the chat bubbles are. Makes me happy. I still just can't get over this sponsorship. What the hell is this? Earn $100 for each subscriber, up to 3,000. Okay, so if I do a cooking eating stream, they throw in another $30 and $100 for each person that I get to subscribe to HelloFresh, up to 3,000. That's weird. That's a weird sponsorship. Taking deals without knowing the fine print is how warlocks are made. That's true. You're not wrong, Glitch King. And to be fair, if they were like, hey, here's $80,000 to take this deal, just don't read it, I'd be like, yes. Where do I sign? Cool, let's do it. So I got $80,000. I can fight you in court now. You know what I mean? No, I'm just joking. I do have a Patreon tier that is, what is that? Hello, Stream Elements? It already says that. What are you doing? Stream Elements, what are you doing? Anyways, I do have a Patreon tier that just says my boss. It's like $10,000 a month. Because like if you give me $10,000, yeah, I'm going to quit my work and we're going to go and work on whatever project you tell me. That's the next thing. Hit up all my groups and be like, hey gang, everything's on hold. Probably not. I could probably still do whatever job in my current workload of games. I only have like 5 games a week currently, I think. I'm actually recruiting for Crown of Candy games. I should probably talk about that more actually. I have a link to my professional stuff because I'm a professional that does things. I'm recruiting for Crown of Candy on several nights. So if you like the idea of playing in a candy-filled world, but everything's Game of Thrones, so have a backup character. I've had 2 people sign up in the past couple days, and I already had 2 people, but I'm trying to fill 2 separate games. There's the world lore. But the world lore is always being edited and added to. It's a show on Dimension 20, for those who don't know that already. Although, if you don't know it's Dimension 20 and you're here, frankly, I don't know how you got here. I don't understand. Oh, that's the link to the other... That's why it's a bot command, because that's the one to the AI voices, so you can, like, use Chewbacca. Yeah, see? Chewbacca. Thank you, Chewie. Thank you. Thank you, Chewie. Thank you.
Hello, I am Pirate, and this is my voice.
Yeah, okay, cool. That's how it works. Hides in corner. How did I get here? What do you mean? What happened? Keebs, what happened? Oh no, Keebs, where did you go? I don't know what happened. What's going on? What happened? Oh my god, the abuse! You're fine. See, you're right there. It's fine. What are you talking about? Also, what is this? Is this a mailbox that's just stuffed full of mail? Is that what that's supposed to be right here? I hate it. I hate it so much. I didn't know. I didn't know that's what that was. Or I wouldn't have started off with it. Attack requires a valid target. What does that mean? Oh no! Are you attacking me? It's paid per session, yeah. Although there's a Patreon option as well, so... Oh my god, did you beat me up? Also, if it's like an income thing, we can talk about it. That price is not set in stone. Who's gone now? Son of a butt bot! I have some patrons who were kind enough to pay more than what they are required. That way I can like lower the price for some people. Because like if you're in New Zealand, the exchange rate makes it to where you have to pay $90 a game to be in one of my games, and that sucks. So I make it much cheaper for them, which makes it where I only get like 10, 15 bucks a game if you live in New Zealand. But like also, yeah. No one should have to pay $95 a game, especially to be in my game. You know what I mean? Especially if you use Start Playing. Startplaying.games is amazing. It's a really good platform, but the exchange rate for some of the places sucks. Like, I've had 3 different players from New Zealand say that they can't pay because of just the processing fees. They're like, it's not like they can't afford it, but they're unwilling to put that much into just processing fees each month. And I'm like, I get that, man. That sucks. Because for them, it comes out much more expensive, you know? But yeah, Guy and Robe, let me know what you think. At least you can tell me if you think it's garbage, if you think that I'm charging too much, why? You know, I do run 5 games a week currently. I was running 12 games a week for a while there, so there is some precedence. I don't think I'm that great, but other people disagree. So, you know, I got to go with their opinion because, you know, it's better. I do what I can. Keebs, do the duel option again. Butt's gone now. Thanks, Buttbot. I want to see if you can duel me for like 1,000 points and win 1,000 points by winning. Because if you can get points from me, couldn't find Buildo00. Wow. Wait, did it do it? Accept. Accept. Not enough points. Son of a bitch. Oh, really? What do you mean? Which about? Where? Are you talking about on YouTube or where? Because nobody ever informs people about dead links, and that sucks. Because I'd really like to know if I have a dead link somewhere. About Twitch? Oh, you're talking about the Start Playing Games link in my About section? Oh, on Twitch. The link in my About. Yeah, it's weird how no one will tell you... when your stuff is broken. All of these seem to be working. My link tree? Let's see. Yeah, test them, Keebs. You're well on your way to becoming a mod. You want to be a mod, Keebs? I'll pay you. I mean, not a lot, but I'll pay you. It'll be based off of donations, so you know. But like I'm paying the mods now. Because why would you ask somebody to come and work for you unless you were willing to pay them, you know? I want VIP. Yeah, I know. Trying to trick people into being mods. You're supposed to fall for it. The allure of money. Come on. Don't you want very little money? I'm too smart. Yeah, I know. Oh, that's weird. I guess if you're logged in, that is weird, because I wonder if it's prompting you to log in and then just doesn't redirect you to the original link, right? Huh. That's weird, because if I'm in Twitch and I click on want to play TTRPGs, it brings me to my page, Bildo00, the Dungeon Master, where people have left lovely reviews. 27 of them, which is pretty low for how many games I've ran. That's weird. I'll have to check into that and see what's going on. Might be a regional thing. Who knows? Mods. That's true. He's trying to log in and give you money and it's not working. I log in and try again, no luck. Let me just... I'll just paste the actual link. I got you. Check it. Escape. That's me. Does it redirect you in the same way when you click on this one? Haha, reviews. No one wants to leave reviews unless they have a complaint. Yeah, I know, right? You know what's funny is that Start Playing Games will often pull the review if it's bad and be like, hey, is this a thing you want on your channel or want on your page? It'll straight up just pull it off and be like, hey, this is somebody being hateful. Do you deserve this? Thanks. That's so nice of you. My job is surrounded by reviews, and when you do good, no one really wants to say anything about it. But yeah, for sure. It's so wild how, like, the difference between good and bad, because nobody will ever say if you're doing a good job. Right? But, like, negative word of mouth is how you find out things are bad. It's wild stuff. That's so weird, because I opened the link from the thing and then copied it and put it in chat. I'm so sorry, guy. I'll have to check that out. Also, if you just want like an invite to the Discord and we can talk, like if you actually want to be in a game, we can talk and like figure out what's good for you. Oh my God, my friend just sent me pictures of the mushrooms they're growing and they look amazing. I'm so excited. They're growing oyster mushrooms. And it's a beautiful thing. Hidden. It's hidden because I'm streaming. That's funny. Thanks. You're so nice. Streamer mode. Do you ever play World of Darkness campaigns, i.e. Vampire the Masquerade? Where I have played Vampire the Masquerade. I have not run it yet, but I would like to. Vampire the Masquerade, it was a lot of fun to play in, and I played it once when I was young and once not that long ago, and I played Willie the Vampire. It was great. When I first met Bildo, he was playing Hearthstone and yelled at me when I gave him $5 and said, look at the... Listen. Playing Cards of Humanity? Yeah. Holy crap. Both of those were so long ago. I'm so old, gang. What's going on? What's happening? I've just been around this kooky world for so long. 37 years, in fact. Isn't that freaking wild? No fucking way. Really? That is wild. Because you give off such young energy. That is so wild to me. I bet you didn't know I was a viewer for that long. I mean, I might have. I vaguely remember something like that. God, Hearthstone was so long ago. How are both of you older than me? What's going on? I'm always the oldest. You know that you can still find all my Hearthstone videos? If you go to the playlist section on my YouTube, you can find all of those really shitty Hearthstone videos. You're always the oldest? Yeah, I get that. You know what's funny is that I was the youngest most of my life. Is it? Oh, well. So, I made Hearthstone videos for 3+ years. Every week I made a Hearthstone video about the new Tavern Brawl, and I started when the Tavern Brawl started. So like the first Tavern Brawl, I have a video about it, and every single one after that for 3 years. Oh, well that levels out then, Mickey, for sure. If you're the oldest but the shortest, that kind of like, you know, it equals out. Plus, like, you don't give off old energy, just so you know. Like, you always are, like, knowledgeable in the tech spaces and the role play. So, like, that's not a thing that older people are. Hearthstone made some cool catch-up packs. You get, like, 50 per pack. The game's still shitty RNG nonsense. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I just played mill decks. I played the... I would play aggro deck or I would play mill deck. I loved playing control, but when it's not viable, it's not viable. You know what I mean? So, like, I would play control priest and make you run out of cards. I wouldn't even control your card economy. I would just wait for you to run out of cards. Or I would play the destruction warlock when that became a thing, where I just, like, make you mess up your deck so hard, and eventually I play all 4 of those whatever-kin cards and just end the game. It's wild. For sure. Control dominates every game. Warrior was your favorite? Man, Face Warrior was so good. You remember Pirate Warrior? Wasn't that fun? Face Hunter was so good when it was good. See if we ever dueled. We might have. I played so much. Like, I was top ranked for a long time. For literally no reason. For sure. I mean, I got out some time ago. I stopped playing Hearthstone. Like, I still play it every once in a while, but I haven't done any Hearthstone content in a long time. Cthulhu Druid was good. Oh man, I used to play the crap out of Cthulhu decks for literally no reason. I just have all spells and Cthulhu and just get it. My Secret Hunter Cthulhu deck, ooh, I loved that deck so much. Oh my god. Ooh, I remember now. It was so much fun. I'd have to go through and learn all the cards though, and that sucks. I hate that. Because, like, my brain won't let me shut up until I learn all of the cards so that I can make the most optimum choices for the things. And of course, to know all of the cards, you have to have them. So, like, oh. That's why I never got into Magic the Gathering. I already had Hearthstone. I can't do it twice, man. I can't. And, like, I had friends who played Magic for a long time, so there's a lot that I do know about it, but I have never once played it. Not once. Which is hilarious because I know more about the lore of Magic the Gathering, because D&D, than I do about the game. They have a new mode, Twisted Mode. It uses standard plus 4 wild. Wow, that's pretty neat. I loved the idea of having an older wild set like that, but then I just hated it when it was implemented. Yeah, I have a friend who plays Magic the Gathering online and sells cards, I think. I think that's what he does for his main source of income. I mean, it's been some years, so maybe he doesn't do that anymore, but Last time I talked to him, that's what he did. And I don't know if it was Magic the Gathering or online or something else, but definitely he sold digital cards. Yeah, I imagine it's just way too crazy with all the sets. So they have to make Wild, but the fact that, like, you can't play Wild anymore, so, like, why? What's the point? Just do the work. Do the work, Blizzard. Do the work. Balance it. Balance all the cards. Make changes to older editions and fucking balance it. Do the work. Sorry, that's how I feel. There's a lot of solo content, and that feels weird. Because, like, I enjoy the puzzles, but, like, I want to play with other people, you know? For sure, you can make 500 plus hours of content and never play against another player. I have a good friend who borderline went bankrupt due to Magic the Gathering, but then he got a kid and felt actually saved. Wow, that's good. Yeah, I have no idea how the whole monetization system works. I just know that that's what they were doing, or maybe that's just what they were telling everyone they were doing. I could be wrong. I did have some shady friends back in the day. Yeah, I spent too much on collection games, spent 10K easy on Hearthstone. Yeah, for sure, man. That is a big thing, too, is back in the day, I would have people who would buy packs for me. So I'd end up having, like, the expansion plus, like, 150 packs whenever a new release would come out, because people would want to see me open them. So that was a big thing. And it felt weird because, like, for years, all I did was grind. I never spent a penny on Hearthstone. All I did was grind so that I could get all the cards, right? But then, like, they started taking them out of circulation and putting new ones in so rapidly that I couldn't keep up with the grind, and it was like, I have to pay. It's literally pay to win, and I can't support that. That sucks. I can't do it. Yeah. Because I used to laugh at people. It'd be like, oh, it's pay to win. It's pay to win. Well, it's pay to win faster. You know what I mean? And, like, I always would play people who paid thousands of dollars for cards, and I would just wreck shop. But, like, yeah. I know, right? That's what I'm saying. You buy packs just to dust them so you can crap. That sucks, dude. That's not how it should go. There was some new restriction in China that they're implementing. Let me see. Someone was talking about it earlier today. It was Gneet. Let me see. Where is it? Where is it? I know it was here somewhere. There it is. Banned mechanics. The Chinese government has banned a number of predatory mechanics in game. Daily login bonuses. So World of Warcraft will be hit right there. That's a huge one. First purchase discount and reward. Chained purchase discount and reward. Gotcha mechanics for miners. That's huge. That all of that is being taken out of the market. And that's, I mean, I think that's good. Making loot boxes and gotcha basically illegal. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but, like, it'll come back. It doesn't matter if it's going to take a nosedive. They're doing what they think is best for humans. I mean, I have no idea if it is or not, but, like, you know. Don't think it's in effect yet, but it will be. I mean, UK has been in the process of the same thing, so likely it will go away. We'll see. So China has banned things like this before. I mean, not so extreme, but, like, for sure, they have done things like this to World of Warcraft in the past. Put sanctions where they have to, I don't know if that's the right word, but put restrictions on it to where they have to adhere to certain things, or, like, they will be blocked from the country. Wild stuff. Something about, like, if you play a game, for X amount of time in a week, you can no longer make any progression, like no experience, no gold, no nothing. So if you just binge the crap out of that game, like you can't make any more progress through the week. I hope they make Battle Pass illegal next time for sure. For sure. And like that's a big deal. Because like unhealthy internet practices are not something that children are ready for. It's bad. It's real bad. I'll let you know, as someone who's getting older with the internet, I can see patterns, right? Parents are in huge trouble and danger. The EU also makes restrictions on the gaming industry. Yeah, for sure. But like parents who are getting hooked on Facebook currently, my mom is really into Facebook. And like, she'll tell me horrible things that I know are not true and then try to explain them to me. And I'm like, oh, mother, don't be on Facebook. She's like, yeah, but all my friends are there. But they're trying to manipulate you, you see. Oh, well, no one can manipulate me. I just ignore it when they try to manipulate me. All right, well, I can't talk to you anymore as an adult. Oh, want to make Hearthstone RP content? We only duel each other, but we have to RP each action within the time limit. Yes, that sounds great. That sounds amazing. Let's do it with physical cards, though. Let's print out the cards, all of them. We can get the files from like the game files and bring it over to Staples or whatever. We print it out and we play it over cam with physical cards. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. Now, I don't know if you can still get the files, like the images from the files. I know that you used to be able to do that. Can't afford this. Yeah, I get that. How about we just talk about it then? We just get together and we talk about game mechanics and life and liberty and the pursuit of loveliness. A Yogstar effect IRL. Yeah, for sure. That's spells. That's the sound. I wasn't having a stork. That's the sound of spells happening. It's fine. It's magic. It's the sound of magic. That's magic. It's a magic sound you just heard. That's magic. These are magic noises you're hearing. See, it's a fireball. You didn't even know that was a fireball. Quality content. I'm burning. Ow, my freaking ears. Does anybody remember that from The Simpsons? Well, that's freaking dumb. Ow, my freaking ears. The Flander children, when they first heard cursing. It was so funny to me how innocent they were, because I had like a not so innocent childhood. So like we were around cursing and stuff all the time. So when I heard them make light of stuff like that, it was hilarious. My freaking ears. The first time I heard someone say I don't give a care was so wild. I was like, excuse me? What did you just say? They said, I don't give a care. I don't give a freaking care. I was like, wow, that's how that's supposed to be used. Huh. I guess I just don't give a fuck. Interesting. Interesting. Because that's how I've always heard it, right? My freaking ears. Oh no, he cursed. It's okay. Everybody here's, you know, adultish. They can handle cursing. I don't think they are. I think they're children. Little baby children who can't handle cursing. Pretty sure it's fine. I wouldn't worry about it. Right? You guys aren't little baby children, right? You'd tell me. You'd tell me if you were 12? What? What's wrong, Keebs? Oh, does anybody understand what I was trying to do? What I was trying to bait people into doing just now? Nothing. I'm not being a baby. I thought you were understanding. So if you say I'm 12 in Twitch, they'll ban you from the website immediately. Immediately. Sometimes if you say I'm not 12, it'll ban you, which I think is funny. Jump! You almost got it. See that? There was somebody who was doing a stream. I don't even remember who it was, but they were like, oh, the giveaway is about to start. The key for the giveaway is I'm 12. And like 1,300 people got banned all at once. It was amazing. Oh my God. How did you get it? Cabes, you jump master. Anyways, I think we're talking about D&D. Isn't that what we're talking about? We answered that question already. If you guys want to submit a question, you can just do so in chat or on the Patreon. Creating multifunctional villains. No, don't like that. Where's the next one? We already did that one. We already did that one. Is this it? Balancing. Wait. Where'd it go? Oh, this one. Magic item distribution. I have them all categorized and everything. Hello? Why do I keep losing everything? No, it's gone forever. It's fine. You know what? That's fine. These things are gone. Why did it say it twice? Did you jump again? No, it just said it twice. Once on YouTube and once on Twitch. That's wild. You know what? I should probably just do Control F so I can search my own document. That's not it. That's not it. Okay, here it is. How frequently are magic items to be distributed? Are the magic items appropriately balanced for the party level or randomly chosen? I think it depends on the campaign. Because personally, I like to design items specifically for my players, but also random items are good to have. They just need to be not the most powerful ones, right? If you're giving a big sword to your fighter or your rogue or something like that, it needs to be the big main item, and then the rest of the stuff should be more flavor, I think. Sure, there can be mechanical benefits to having these flavor items, but for sure it shouldn't be like a big combat changing thing. Like an immovable rod's not going to change combat every time, but if you somehow affix it into a dragon, it might affect combat, and that's neat. You know, a movable rod is more of a flavor thing. Do you use the actual lore for gargoyles in D&D, or do you go more of the Disney gargoyles as protector vibes? I do like that. And I think that's, again, it depends on the setting, right? I think if you're in, like, Grim Hollow or The Witcher, I think the gargoyles should be, like, more like the lore, like these weird, evil creatures. But if I was going to be in, like, Fantasy High or Crown of Candy, I would definitely have the gargoyles be like these mythical creatures that are protectors or something, because that just fits the vibe. And the show Gargoyles was the very first soap opera I ever enjoyed as a child. I fucking loved Gargoyles so much. So much! What was his name? Xanados? Was that his name? I don't think that was it. What was the bad guy's name? One of my favorite bad guys ever. Oh. My dog is telling me that they need to go outside. I will be right back. Such a good show. I'll be right back. I'll give you a topic before I go. Do you remember how fucking weird that show got near the end? Do you remember that there was like extra characters from the Fae they brought in? Let's talk about that. I'll be right back. Habagriman. The Avalon arc was so epic. Oh my god. I don't even remember much about Avalon, right? I just remember that's where my like obsession for Puck and my obsession for Oberon and Titania came from. Because how fucking cool was the lore? I think that Glitch King brought up a really good point here. When you like the lore of something better than what you're working with within the system, absolutely replace it. Take out whatever thing that was there before and replace it with what you like. Because that's what I do with all of my D&D, and people love it. Like, I remade a Domain of Dread known as Blitzburg, right? And it's all Illithids, Mind Flayers, and like horror. It's a horrible place, right? But they had a bunch of really weird, problematic stuff in the setting. And I was like, I don't like this. So I got rid of it and I put in my own stuff. It was great. Same thing with like Curse of Strahd, right? There's a part that I don't mind spoiling because it's terrible. It's a terrible part, and you should change it if you run Curse of Strahd. Spoilers for Curse of Strahd. So, there is a part in Curse of Strahd where you find out there's a young woman named Gertruda. Gertruda was lost from her parentage. I won't go into that because that's spoilers, but she was taken in by Strahd von Zarovich. She's like 16 years old. and then becomes like his concubine, which is gross. It's fucking gross, dude. Wizards of the Coast, what are you doing? This is gross. I understand he's a bad guy, but like, we don't have to go there, right? So instead of doing that, I make her a hag. Because at 16 years of age, people often transition into hagdom if they were born from a hag. That's a thing. That's canon in D&D. And I like that lore a lot better. So whenever you're going to like find the hags that are in Barovia, she's there as like a young woman. So if you like stress her out too much, she'll turn into a hag. Boom, right in front of you. She's still not a bad guy. She doesn't appreciate the fact that this just happened to her, you know? It just did. And I think that's neat. How much of the lore is based off of like you have to act this way because of your mindset, and how much of the lore you think is based off of like this is how I act because of how the world has reacted to me? Like a hag was a regular person until they weren't, and then slowly over time, like, were they made bitter through being mistreated, or were they made bitter through this hag transformation? A literal physiological change in their body and mind? Or like, you know what I mean? Is it a product of their environment? Jenny D did an excellent video on Curse of Strahd, for sure. I think I've seen that. Whenever I was studying for Curse of Strahd, it's weird to say it like that, but whenever I was studying for it, I watched Jenny D's, I watched Puffin Forest. There was a bunch of different ones. I totally stole that idea for Gertruda from Puffin Forest, or probably his DM, actually. A lot of really good ideas on how to change Curse of Strahd. Because there's just certain parts that are going to be distasteful to you, right? There are going to be other parts that are distasteful to other people. So that's kind of how you make D&D work for you. You cut out things and add things here and there as you see fit. There's parts of Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden, that I personally found to be distasteful, so I cut them out. It was easy. You just don't put it in. When you're reading, skip over it. And that's the beautiful part about D&D. Ginny D's a pretty good one, though. She's really good. Zebashu. Davy Chappie is really good, although he doesn't really create a lot of content anymore for D&D. But I do really like the stuff that he has out there. It's still just a trip that this thing is like, hey, guess what? HelloFresh. Gonna give you $3,000 if you want to sell out. I don't think I'm gonna do it. I don't know. What do you all think? You think I should do a HelloFresh promotion? I don't know if I should. I have used them in the past. They're pretty good. I don't really use them anymore. Nah, no one will sign up. I don't know a single person who uses any of those things. Really? I've used it before. When I was making better money. It's not like cheaper than buying groceries like they say it is, but like it's definitely not bad. It's a little more expensive than groceries, so if you have it like that, for sure get it. It's cool, but like it's more like a play along type of thing. Yeah, I don't use them currently. That's my main objection, right? Maybe if I did a sponsorship, I could order them first and see how I feel about it. They were good in COVID times, but now most people I know say the selection of ingredients are shit. Oh, really? That's kind of what I did too. During COVID times, I was getting some HelloFresh and a couple other things, but I'll have to look. If their ingredients are shitty, then yeah, I don't want to deal with them. But I think I know where the distributors, I don't think they use Cisco. I think there's a different one they use. But I'll have to check into it. Because I used to work in a lot of restaurants and stuff, so the distribution of that stuff has always been very interesting to me. What is happening? Why is it not? It popped up on screen first. That's weird. Great for the long days when you don't feel like cooking, for sure. Maybe better in your area, for sure. And I live in Oregon, so it might be, because there is, like, being so close to California, like, there is a lot of opportunity for fresh vegetables, for sure. Not to mention, like, things grow really good here where I'm at. Case in point, I cultivate my own mushrooms, and they grow wonderfully. So good. We sit at like 60 to 80% humidity at all times where I live, and it's fucking fantastic. Let me see. Be careful, Bowser likes to attack the Mushroom Kingdom. Yeah, that's for sure. My wife just came in and told me some stuff, so that's why I was muted. No, I'm very aware of Bowser. I'm all legal, up to date. I have my licensing, you know. I got my credentials so that I can grow my lion's mane. Bowser ain't got shit on me. You know? It's that little plumber duo that I'm worried about. Those guys. It's a me, Mario. He's like, I'm gonna eat your mushrooms. You're high, Mario. Go home. No, not that. Bildo, what are you talking about? What the hell is this? I don't know, man. It's just like, you know. No. Tell us. No. It's fine. So D&D is a game that I play. I also run it. The distribution of magic items should be paced as if it feels rewarding. You don't want it to be too frequent or too infrequent, because then it feels meaningless, right? You want an impact to the magic items every time. Otherwise, people will forget them. You don't want people to have the solution that you have set up for weeks just to get to that point for them to forget that they have that magic item. You know, oh, I forgot that I had the MacGuffin because, like, we haven't ever used it once. It only works for this one thing. Right? Items that grow along with the player are some of the best. The sort of ever-burning fire that goes out when it rains. Rip. I love that. I do love the idea of very powerful items that have very mundane weaknesses, but make them completely inert. Right? Like the Sword of Ever-Burning Flame. 2d6 fire damage each time you strike. But if you're in rain, it just doesn't work. It's just a sword. Just a long sword. I love that. But if you're out of the rain, you just, rub a cloth over it and it bursts into flame again. I love the idea of mechanics like that. Oh, my wife has just pointed out to me that it is Christmas Eve and the store might be closing soon, so I have to BRB. I gotta walk down to the store, but it is like literally next door. So I will be right back. But don't do anything weird while I'm gone, because if you do, I'll make fun of your hair. That's it. That's all. I mean, that's all I can do. What else can you do? That's a big one too. I'll find you. It will kill. I mean, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Well, that was fast. What did I miss? There we go. I'm a Santa wizard now. Okay, where were we at? Let's see. Is this it? Was it the magic item you want most? Yeah, obviously. I think that's what we were on, was magic items, right? Is this it? That got really loud. There it is. It's fine. What is the magic item you want most when you play? I don't know. I always play wizards, so I always want more options, but the... what is it, that robe that adds to your stuff? Probably the Hat of Wizardry or a Bag of Holding. Yeah, Bag of Holding. I don't need it, but I always want it for sure. The Hat of Wizardry is really good and super powerful, but not in the way you'd expect, right? The Hat of Wizardry lets you roll an Arcana check, and if you get a 10 or better, you can cast a cantrip that you don't know, which is super powerful. Now I don't have to take Mending, which I'll only use twice in a campaign. I don't have to take Prestidigitation to be able to use it every time. The Bloodwell Vial is really good. Parry out of Wound Closure, really good. There are just a lot of really good items. The one that's most requested, I think, are any of them that augment your stats above level 20. Above level 20. Above the skill cap of 20, I mean. So, the Manual of Bodily Strength or whatever it is, and Tome of Ancient Wisdom Wellness. I had someone suggest to me the other day that I should start reviewing other people's D&D content. I'm like, I don't know, man. That feels very, I'm gonna watch your video on my stream, you know? Feels bad. But also, like, TikTok is designed around stitching other videos, right? So I guess it depends on how you do it. But also, gross. D&D React content. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Not React content, but like, I don't know, taking a question someone has posed in another video and answering it, or I don't know. There's a huge difference between just watching someone's video and going, I agree, and like cutting someone off in the middle of a sentence in their own video because you think they're wrong. You know what I mean? How to in D&D. Actually, if you want to do D&D, you know, that whole thing. For TikTok, it might be okay actually taking 15 seconds of someone's video, then speaking 45 seconds about. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Stuff like that. And even for shorts, it would be much better because like I could specifically cut out sections of other people's shorts and then like react to them, right? Will Dungeon Dudes put out their own third-party content? You could review that. Oh man, Dungeons of Dragonheim is a really good one. I actually was working on my own campaign setting that was very similar and kind of was just like, oh, well, they just did that, didn't they? So I haven't been working on it since. I mean, I will finish it at some point, but for sure, it was a lot of the same beats and elements that same setting tapped into. The whole something alien is happening to the world, but I hadn't come up with the whole plot, the actual device, and they were just like, it's a comet, and I'm like, oh fuck. All right, I mean, that makes sense. There's a setting on YouTube that people allow their content to be made into shorts or not, so you can just use people content that, yeah, for sure. I know a lot of the people that I'm talking about using that for. I think they have their content set up in such a way. I would probably react to a lot of Cinderblock Sally's content because I already make very similar content anyways, and there are several different statements I want to make on the videos, but like no one would care. I leave them as comments, but no one cares. So like if I stated my opinion in a video, it would be different, you know, because then people could react to how they feel and tell me about it. I'll let you know, content creation is actually just a cheat code to being taught things. So like if you want to be a good writer, stream about writing every day. If you want to be good at creating video games, stream yourself creating video games every day. Because motherfuckers are going to come in and tell you what you're doing wrong. You better believe they will. Opinions matter. Wait. Yeah, opinions matter when in video form. Yeah, for sure. That's how the world works, Keebs. You know that. Also, Keebs, did you know that I've been using Scornando as an NPC in almost every single one of my D&D games for about 3 years now? Did you know? Maybe do a collab video with some other channels. I mean, I've been doing some stuff like that. Did you guys watch my my podcast with Cinderblock Sally? Cinder Bloxley, as I like to call him? No one watched it. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if the collabs matter as much. No, I probably should. I need to be better before I can collab with people. And I don't mean just like I need to bring up the quality of my content, which just comes from, unfortunately, learning and process of being like making mistakes and correcting them. That's how you learn, right? So unfortunately, I'm a slow learner, so it takes me some time to figure that out. But my shorts are getting better. I have done some more Dimension 20 content recently where I uploaded some clips. They seem to be okay with it. The Dimension 20, Dropout Legal seems to be okay with me doing it. But I also work with them so that they can claim that content so they can monetize it, because my YouTube is not monetized, so. Is that weird? I think it's weird. I feel weird about it, but who knows? You could animate your D&D content in OBS. Just move images in the background. Bootleg, but it works? Yeah, for sure. I do all my stuff like a caveman. Yeah, for sure, I get that. I was thinking about doing an actual play where we run whatever setting. I guess one of the main issues with that I have is I'd have to create a completely new setting, because all I've been working on is Crown of Candy. I can't stream that. Tier lists are very popular, and it creates a greater understanding of the game and mechanics. For sure. I've seen a lot of different things that are like, oh, different tiered spells in D&D. Because obviously, like, Fireball is going to be God tier, but I think that Mold Earth is God tier. Because I get so much usage out of Mold Earth, it's silly. I like to make traps out of Mold Earth where I just dig like a 30-foot hole and then just like cover it up with some sticks and leaves and things and then wait for people to come by, you know? And they fall in the hole, they die, and I take their stuff. Quality D&D. Hello from Germany and Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, my friend. I'm gonna not pronounce that name correctly. I'm just gonna call you Ipa. Why would you attack Ipa? You're so mean. Nothing much. We've just been talking about all the D&Ds. What are you? Are you a unicorn? What is that? That's so funny. You popped in as the unicorn swarm. Pikeman. There you go. Now you're a pikeman. It looks so weird being a unicorn swarm. Do you put spikes in deadfall traps? Oh, that's so mean. But yes, obviously. Snow fight! For sure. I love that there are so many options to do things on this little thing. And whenever you speak again, you just get popped back into the little map. So it's great. I think that traps should range all the way from inconvenient to super deadly. Now, deadly means I kill one of the group. Super deadly means everyone could die, right? Like a giant fireball that explodes 3 times. That's a super deadly trap. An inconvenience would be like a glue pit where there are a bunch of rats trying to attack you. Right? You fall in the glue, you're stuck, and now there are 13 rats trying to bite you that are as well stuck in the glue. They're all very hungry and angry. And now you're getting hit by 13 rats every turn. It's not super deadly, but it's not amazing. How would you mechanically represent spikes in a trap like that? Like, do you think it would hinder movement, or do you think they would be stuck there maybe? I don't know. That is definitely an interesting one. You could also make pseudo trap. The blood of the meat wall zombie are extremely sticky and slows you down. Gross. Love that. You fall into a portal of endless portals. You fall endlessly forever. Roll 2d20. Why 2d20? Why 2? You fall endlessly forever. Why would you need to roll anything? Keebs, roll a Constitution saving throw. DC 10. So you're alone with your roll forever. You don't have to put the DC Also, it says you rolled a 0. They don't even put those on the dice, Keebs. I think you just exclamation point roll, right? Is that a 1? Did you roll a 1? Why are you rolling 10? That's a 1 on a d10. No, you just roll. Just exclamation point roll. See? What the? That's a D100. Alright, whatever. We all did it. Simply put, a monster in there that attacks intelligence in a horde. Suddenly it's extremely dangerous. Yeah, for sure. A lot of people do not expect intelligence. I will often make people do specific rolls for different types of illusions. So hag magic will take an intelligence saving throw because they're trying to do it in a different way, right? Because eventually they're trying to modify memory and stuff. Make your mind not work. Maybe that's just my go-to with a hag, is to modify memory, because she wants you to be her friend forever, you know? She wants you to accept warlock levels from her, which I think is funny. She's like, wait, where did I get 2 levels of warlock? Don't worry about it. Let me see. We have a question from Dusseldorfer. That sounds German. Dusseldorfer asks, how can I keep the story engaging at higher levels? First off, it's an amazing question. I appreciate that. Try to develop a plot that evolves with the characters along with the backstory. You can include personal connections that connect back to the backstory, you know? The more that you connect in, you can try to play back into like past events. Excuse me. You can also include world altering events, you know? Try to introduce more complexity as you go, but then as you wrap it up, try to simplify everything. The way I mean that is like, let's say at level 10, something happens and there is a portal to the 9 hells permanently open on the plane. That's bad. That's really bad, right? So over the course of however long, you have to deal with all these things that are happening because the portal is open, but you also have to close the portal. At level 17, when the party closes the portal, now all they have to do is clean up all the messes that were left behind, right? So it gets complex, but then goes back down to simplify, you know? Let me see. People are talking in chat. How to mess with your players. Step 1, roll a dice. Step 2, smile. Step 3, say nothing. Dusseldorf is a city in Germany. I knew it was something like that. So the Dusseldorfer, is that just somebody who likes the city? These are like people from Patreon and stuff, so they're probably not even here, but they'll watch it, I'm sure. Maybe. Who knows? But yeah, try to incorporate the backstory and personal connections back into the game. That's going to not only engage in story, but it's going to engage the players and keep them engaged for longer, right? Because if like their stepsister is found dead, you're going to want to find out what the hell happened, even if the stepsister had nothing to do with their story up until that point, except for just being a name on a page, you know? Do you prefer the term GM or DM, Game Master or Dungeon Master? I prefer DM, but that's just because that's what I say most often. I don't really care. And that's mainly because I run Dungeons and Dragons. It's like a technical term, right? If you're running D&D, you're a DM. If you're running almost any other game, you're a GM, unless specifically told otherwise. Doesn't what is it? Vampire the Masquerade have a different term for their game master? It means that they're living there. Oh, they're a Dusseldorfer. They live there, like a Newfoundlander. I like to use minor illusion to create an illusion of a displacer beast, even if they figure out it's an illusion. They're still going to look for the real. Oh, for sure, that's a good one too. That's a way to mess with the meta of a situation to get your players to elicit a specific outcome, right? It's like having one of your players have a dream. I'm totally stealing this from Zebashu, by the way. I just watched a video the other day. Having your player have a dream that a doppelganger of themselves climbs in through the window and attacks them, right? And then the barbarian's like, well, I'm going to go to his room. Why are you going to his room, buddy? What's going on? Well, I'm just suspicious. Cool, you go to his room. All you see is your friend standing there in a panic, confused, right? The barbarian doesn't know it was a dream. So he's going to go in there and he's going to attack the doppelganger. But, like, it's just his friend, and he throws him out the window and he dies forever. That's the most extreme way to punish people for meta, but, you know. Not all meta is bad. Meta is using out-of-game information to affect in-game things. I think that is actually needed. Because, like, you know what a dragon is, even if you've never seen one. Like, in D&D, your character would have heard of a dragon. So, like, it'd be weird to not understand a fire dragon's resistant to fire. You know what I mean? I could see you doing content for other DM, the DM Doctor, where you teach people to DM. That's actually a very common YouTube thing that people do. There is PhD&D. That guy's fucking amazing, by the way. He needs to have 1 million more subscribers. The guy's content is so good. So good. If you run D&D, check out PhD&D because he does some very creative things. Now, that being said, I hate his intro. The intro song that he does, I hate it so much. I have to brace every time I hear it. But his content is so good. I have straight up stolen from that guy several times just to put it in my games, and it's amazing. To creep players, imagine... Oh, sorry, that's not correct. To creep players, engage... Make sure... To keep players... Okay, that makes sense. To keep players engaged, make sure they understand that the PCs are living in that world. They react, learn, regret. Many players find their games boring because their character is static, like a pupid. Puppet. Okay, I thought you were saying like a pupae, like a caterpillar stuck in its little cocoon. I was like, that's accurate. That makes sense. No, for sure. I understand that because that does end up happening in a lot of games where you just kind of follow along the story and don't engage with the actual storyline, right? A lot of DMs will just continue on with this narrative, whatever the book is pushing, even at the detriment of their story. Because, like, if you're level 10 and you haven't incorporated backstory into the game, you're doing it wrong. You know what I mean? If backstory has not come up one time and your party is level 10, you should reassess the storyline and see what's happening. I stole this from Davy Chappie. I like to take what I plan every session to be and write it out before I even start a game, right? The expectations of how the storyline should go. That way I have this list and I can write in between what did happen and where I want it to go, right? And that works really well. Bombs cost 10. You only have 7 gold. I don't know what that means. Those bombs? I wouldn't worry about it. Don't worry about it. For sure. Also, let the world change with the players. If a player cast a wish, there should be ramifications. Even if like the wish worked perfectly and everything goes correct, there should be changes in the world because of it. Right? Things should be different because such powerful magic was used. Too real. No, for sure. There should be like long-lasting effects. Also, like your players should be recognized in a world if they have reached a certain level. My stars, it's you guys. We've heard all about you. Oh yeah, what'd you hear? We heard you destroyed Rivertail. Is that correct? You burnt it to the ground? Well, not exactly. It was on fire, and no, we heard you burnt it to the ground. You know, for good or for bad. Let's see. I have more questions. How do you manage power level? I think we already talked about that. You rescued an NPC. They invited you to their marriage. Oh, hey, Buttbot. You rescued an NPC. They invited you to their butt ridge. No one invites me anywhere. Keebs, I'd like to invite you. Play a game. Is that fair? Does that sound good? What about Lethal Company? You guys want to play Lethal Company? We might do that. That sounds like fun. Where'd it go? How do I keep the game challenging without being unfair? Balancing encounters is tough, but not impossible. You just have to use intelligent enemies who strategize and adapt. Ensure that failure has consequences, but also offer the players pathways for alternate or continuing storylines. You didn't hear it? When I get this close to the mic and do this, you can't hear me? Is that what you're saying? Are you having problems hearing the sound of my voice, Keebs? I don't know what's wrong. Do you hear me now? I said, I'd like to invite you, Keebs. I want to play a game. Does that work? Did you hear me? That time I did. I see, I heard now. You like that ASMR tactic? Let me see. That last one was anonymous. Poor man problems. Yeah, I get that. But I will watch. It's not I can't afford that. It's how can I afford that? Because someone who's been a poorsman their entire life, I had to completely change my mindset in order to try to push past it. And now believe me, I am no Richman. But like definitely I've changed my life a lot just with a couple of changes in mindset. For sure, because I did not think that way in the past. And I didn't get anything ever because I was like, I can't afford that. I can't. But I've changed it to, how can I afford that? If I do that, it's going to take away from other things. You're a Richmond worth of. I hate that fucking song. Can I be real with you? There's like some cheeky little jabs. I love the song. Great message. But there's some cheeky little jabs at poor people that make me just fucking feel gross when I hear it. I don't know, man. I can't. Taking jabs at poor people is not it's not the way to do it, man. You know what I mean? Literally, if those 2-3 lines were taken out of the song, it would be such an amazing song. Like, with a real message. But, like, bitching at people about how they use their EBT, that's fucking gross. That's... that feels fucking gross, man. Like, if you're singing that song, are you not a Porsman as well? Do you not... you don't understand? You think people out here buying hundreds of dollars of fudge rounds, my guy? That's what you're saying? Anyways, I have opinions. Who would have thought? No, for sure. I get that. Just thought that was a funny line. No, for sure. I want to love that song too. But like, not only is there some issues I have with it, but also there are some people who have been using it for their own agenda, and it's really gross, but whatever. Should always have a budget for entertainment and always have a oh shit fund when things get wrong, because they will. Yeah, for sure. That is very true. That's something I didn't think about for a long time, is that you need to take time for yourself. Literally, relaxation and enjoyment is a part that recharges your brain in a way that is required for brain chemistry, right? That's why we have days off, because I used to just work through them. I'm like, oh, fuck days off. Well, I'll just sleep when I'm dead. But like, you can't do that because you'll burn out. Hardcore. I know. I stopped streaming for 3 years because I was burnt. I didn't see an equal amount of gain from what I was putting in, and no one gave a fuck. I mean, my viewers sure gave a fuck. They loved me and wanted me to continue, but like, I remember getting turned down for partnership, and I was like, I'm done. I'm done. And really, at the time, I wasn't even like viable for partnership. I understand why I was turned down, but I was just butthurt for having done it for so long and not getting anywhere, making pennies. Like, bro, I can't do it. But I had a different mindset. I was trying to live off of it and not have it as like a side thing for fun, right? This is an enjoyment thing that I do to try to connect with people and sometimes help. But it's definitely not something I should be doing as my main source of income. If it becomes my main source of income, cool. That's awesome. If people want to promote me or support me in a way to where this is something I can do more and more, I love that idea. But also, like, I need to be realistic. You know what I mean? I've been burnt out since I was 27. That might actually be a problem with like your work engagement loop, right? I don't know what you do for a living, but like when you see less and less fulfillment and like get less out of what you're doing, like you can't see the tangible progress of what you're doing, like burnout will be more rampant. You got to take time for yourself to just like completely unplug and get away. Whatever that may be. I can't play certain games when I relax because my brain does not register them as relaxing. It's work. I'm like, fuck, that sucks. I want to play that game. But my brain doesn't register it as relaxation time. So I could do it like if I stream. I can do it for work time. But like, I can't do it as a relaxation method. You know what I mean? Sucks. What happened at 27 that you were burnt out? Is that too personal? Should we not bring that up? I mean, I am streaming on Christmas Eve, so it is kind of that vibe, right? I'm out of coffee and water. Son of a pickle. I need to go grab some coffee. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry. I had to make more coffee because we were out. I was broken before my adulthood began. I was broken before my adulthood but gan. You really tried, didn't you, Buttbot? You gave it your all, but you really missed on that one, buddy. You were close though. Real close. Let's get another one of these questions. How can we know challenging and unfair? What's the role of exploration in high-level campaigns? What's the role of exploration in high-level campaigns? This is from Dr. Who Farted. What a cool name. What is the role of exploration? So you're going to want to add more terrain as you get big. Oh, ads? Well, we'll wait. We'll wait. We wait for ads. That's something that Pirate Software has been doing, and I fucking love it. I love it so much. Appreciate you. Welcome back. So, I have my ads set to the minimal amount that it can possibly go, but they still do it. So please tell me every time there's an ad. I'm still trying to figure out how to set up the bot so that it will tell me when there's ads. The role of exploration in high-level campaigns is to expand the scope. The scope of exploration can include other planes, dimensions. I like to add super exotic locations, like a demi-plane in the Nine Hells, right? It's ran by a specific person or creature. You know, it could be good, it could be bad, it could be like a horrific place to be, or it could be like a super twisted pleasure palace. Because like succubuses live in the Nine Hells, you know? So that would be a thing. Yeah, anytime there's ads, let me know, because I prefer to pause, but I don't know how to check except for like looking at Twitch chat. Oh, that was not in the stream on my side. Shut down, so the ad started after I reloaded. Oh, for sure. That makes sense. I hate that it like puts ads every time you reload a page. I hate that so much. Where's Keebs? Keebs, are we friends on Steam? Because fuck around, I'll fucking buy you Lethal Company. You fuck with me, I'll fuck with you. We're not. Why? What the shit, Keebs? I can't believe you've done this. But we could be. We should be. I think that should be official. I'm going to put this in chat because I don't care about my privacy. Let's do this. Where is view friends list? Add fiends. Oh, I hate this so much. I'll just look for you. Do you have a mouse as your profile? No? No mouse? Okay, let me see. Do you have a trout as your profile picture? Is it Mr. Keebs? Do they call you Mr. Keebs? Because that does look kind of appropriate, but it's level 0, so I imagine it's not it. Who knows? Your name isn't even Keebs on there. What? I'm not going to tell people your secret Steam name, but what is that? Oh, gar. What do you think about the backstory that may or may not get you killed from your players? What do you think about the backstory that may or may not get you killed? Are you trying to kill me? Are you threatening me right now, King? It's my Rust name. We're friends. What do you think about the backstory that may or may not get you killed from your players? Like gets the player killed? Because I love that. Yeah, backstory. You should always have a plot that could kill you in your backstory, right? All right, you've been here long enough. You shouldn't be a pikeman anymore. Let's see. You should be a swordsman. Look at you, moving up in the world. Can't trust nobody. Gotta look over your shoulder constantly. Because you want to be a armored superstar. Living large. H. Yeah, I agree. I agree. To be a rap superstar. Can't trust nobody. Gotta look over your shoulder constantly. Oh, those were the days, weren't they, Keebs? Back in the 2000s. I gotta watch out when I'm singing rap, man. Sometimes there'll be like naughty lyrics and I won't even realize it because I'm just singing and I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have said that. Shouldn't have said that about children, you know? Before they turned on CERN and the world ended. Yeah, I get that. I'm happy being a gardener and dealing with problematic people. Let's see. Let's make you a gardener. Where are you at? I am a rock. I am a birdman. Oh, you're a farmer. Boom. Look at that. You got a little farming implement. Nailed it. My current character has two things that might actually get her killed if they resolve. And yeah, for sure. I get that. Maggie X Azog. How's it going? What up, homie? Welcome back, Mickey. Appreciate you being here. We were talking about D&D, I swear. That's a real thing we were doing for a long time. Let me go look at another one of these questions. If anybody else has a question, you can just put it in chat and I will answer it. What types? Oh, this is from Gingy D. Gingy D. Funny. What type of villains are suitable for high-level campaigns? There are lots of different villains you can use, but I like to use adaptive villains that grow alongside. A good example of villains that are not the main villain, but a good side villain that could eventually become allies is the rival group, right? Let's say there's a group of adventurers that are rivals that are also trying to achieve very similar goals to you. So you find them a lot doing the things that you guys are doing, right? So like you try to track down a wizard to stop him from doing something evil, only to find out that you guys are one long rest behind and the adventure's been concluded, you know? So now you're mad at these adventurers, but they didn't do anything wrong. They're just like doing good things for people. Do you have any good suggestions for early level monsters for quests and encounters? Yeah, what are you looking for? Are you looking for something hard or something interesting? Because you can do a little bit of both. I like spreading zombie virus. That's always a fun low-level encounter because zombies are always going to be fun and you can make them as hard as you want them to be, right? Let me give an example. So have like 10 zombies for a group of level 1 players, which sounds like way too much, right? But then set their maximum HP, or their current HP, I should say, to 1. every single zombie has an HP of 1. So if they get hit, they go down. Right? But also they have that undead mechanic where they might come back up, which leads to interesting things. But also, if you have them be like level 5 with the same encounter, you can make it challenging in the fact that, like, if you get bit, you can make it infectious. And now you add a whole other level of mechanics that people are like, I don't understand what's happening. What do you mean it's infectious? Well, you might need to cut off your arm or you'll get infected with zombieism. And now a character is really considering cutting off their own arm for, safety reasons. That's always fun. I'm looking for interesting ones personally. Let me see. Adding 4th edition minion mechanics is always fun for low levels. Absolutely, Beaver Poet. That is a really good suggestion. If you've never looked into some of the 4th edition mechanics, also Acquisitions Incorporated, is that what it's called? I think that's the one. They do all the really interesting creatures. Let me see for canon Dungeons and Dragons, though, what we have. Because I had a couple of ideas, but they just keep flittering away, so I'll just go look. Remember my filters. We'll go for CR 1/2. What environment are we talking about? Just any environment? Let's say Arctic. Giant owls. That's fun. That's not actually very fun. Let me go back. CR 1/2 Aarakocras. Ambush drakes. Ambush drakes are fun. And these guys are CR 1/2. So like 3 of these guys with maybe someone who is leading them, like a trainer. That could be interesting. Because you could just have a druid that's teamed up with these creatures, and now you have a very interesting encounter that maybe even like they don't even fight to the death. Maybe one of these creatures gets killed, and everyone's like, wait, stop! This is too dangerous. I won't risk the rest of my animals. Right? So like, dude won't risk the rest of his creatures being killed, and now you have a very powerful ally that no one can talk to. Like, if he sees anyone else, he'll attack you on sight. But like, you earned his respect in the jungle, so you can do business with this crazy alchemist that lives in the woods, or whatever, Beastmaster, whatever you want to make him. Good NPC potential. But it really all depends on the vibe you're going for, right? He wants something that's impressive lore-wise that will wow experienced players. Not? Oh, for sure. Let me see. I got you. Got you, fam. You want lore heavy. Looks like we want an apprentice wizard. Oh, this is perfect. Talk about lore heavy. This is CR 1/2? No way. It really is? Wow. That's so good. All right. Talk about lore heavy. This is a witch. But not just any witch. It's a Barovian witch. So she's trying to get back to Barovia any way she can. Right? Because that's where she lives. That's where she thrives. So now you have a witch that might not necessarily attack the party because she just wants to find someone who can cast Plane Shift. Right? She's just trying to get home. And now you have this plot where she might trick the players into being pulled in. Penis ballsack. Was that worth it, Baguette? The first thing you ever say in chat and it's penis ballsack? Is that what we're doing today? Was it worth it? Do you feel good about yourself? I feel good about it, you know? Add to restricted lists and block. Interesting. I didn't. You're on notice, Baguette. A nice cinematic moment can be used with skeletons. 10 to 20 skeletons are inside of a room. After the party has dealt with them, the bones of one completely new powerful monster. I've actually done that exact scenario before. I love the idea of an amalgamation of bones attacking the party. Also, did that pop up for anyone else in YouTube? Or did I just say it out loud for no reason? Because that's funnier. I don't think it popped up. That's good. Thank you, Automatic Modding. Popped up in Restream, but not in YouTube. That's funny. I wonder if he was automatically banned from YouTube. That's funny. That's a strong energy, you know? Someone comes in, they hit you with the penis ball sack before they even say hi. That's like a sending dick pic vibes, you know? What is this? Why? Neat. Right on the chin too. Like, where's the respect, right? You couldn't go like 3 inches to the left, my guy? The nerve of some people. The nerve. All right, let's get back to D&D. Let me see. I have a bunch of lower level ones too. Let's see. I have other questions. I've just been focusing on the higher level ones because that's what I was doing today, but we have to talk about high levels. This one is from My Face Has Farted. What are these names? I think someone just made these up. My Face Has Farted. How do you make low-level encounters exciting and challenging? I think we just had this question in chat, right? Focus on variety rather than difficulty. Use enemies that require different tactics to defeat. Introduce environmental factors, objectives that add complexity beyond just defeating your foe, right? Maybe they want to escape. This bad guy doesn't want to fight you. They want to get away as soon as possible. And that adds a different dynamic to fighting a bad guy. Are you really going to chase someone down and murder them as they're trying to not fight you? That feels bad. I'm going to let you know. In game, feels like you're a monster. Make an encounter with phases. See your players lose their mind, for sure. And I like doing that, and I don't like mythical actions unless you really change up how they work, right? Mythical actions that just reset the health bar, I hate that. But if you're going to, like, second level, I think that's neat, you know? Yeah. Let me see. Tough Cookie. What are effective ways to introduce new players to D&D mechanics? Start simple. You start them off small and gradually introduce them to more complex mechanics that they're interested in. I think interest is the big thing. Session 0 is huge for having people understand mechanics, but going over mechanics and reading them over and over will never give you as much information as just playing. Just playing one session or even watching people play a session will give you more information than like 3 months of watching YouTube videos, right? because your brain learns more from stress. So whenever you're put in a situation where you don't know something, but you have to learn it immediately, your brain's going to remember that. It will. And I think that's neat. Keebs, roll me a d10. Can you do that? Can you roll a d10 in chat? Let me see. Is it exclamation point roll? A 9. Cool. Let me see. I have numbers here now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. How do I manage player expectations in a low-level campaign? Communication. Clear communication of the nature of the campaign. Emphasize what type of campaign you're going with. If it's exploration, let them know. If it's like character growth, backstory driven, that is something that people should know. If you have a full sandbox setting where your backstory doesn't matter, you should definitely tell your players that. Set expectations that not every conflict needs to be resolved through combat. That's always a good one, because people don't understand, especially when they're first starting out, that you can resolve things with like rolling dice instead of just killing it. You know what I mean? I mean, don't get me wrong. 90% of the mechanics in D&D are designed for combat, but like, it doesn't have to be. All right, let's see. Searching. So many here that are just specifically for low level, so I can type in. I can just type in low level and find all of them that have it in the name. How do you ensure player engagement at low levels in campaigns? I think we already went over this, but this is a different person asking it. Create compelling story hooks, I think is what I said before, right? If you create compelling story hooks that resonate with the character's backstory, they're going to engage with it, right? You can always make it a mystery, and that way you know if your players want to engage with something like that. I ended a combat by pooping on a player character while I was in bird form, changing his smell, which the enemy was tracking him by. Relatable indeed. How's it going, 77? Make sure that the players can't not win, but survive. The enemy surrenders and the thief must open the door before the barbarian and the fighter get killed. Well, yeah, that's a pretty good one. I like that scenario. If anybody has questions, you can feel free to post them in chat, and I will do my best to answer them. It looks like you're a pikeman. Let's see. Let's make you this. Boop. Hello? Why are you just invisible now? Oh, there you are. We found you. Okay. I'm a mage. Yeah, I know, right? You're a lizard, Harry. This one is from Canna Banana Nana. Canna Banana Nana. Okay. Is that a grandma who makes cannabis banana bread? Canna banana nana? What's a good way to introduce the game's lore to new players? I like that. Gradually. You don't want to do big info dumps, right? Like there's a time and a place for big info dumps, but gradually unfold the lore through NPC interaction, discovered texts, and environmental storytelling. Keep it relevant to the player's current adventure, allowing them to naturally learn about the world as they explore. You know what I mean? I'm a farmer, fear my sickle. Water elementalist. I don't even see you here now. Oh, there you are. You're right there. Whee! That sickle looks sickle. That's a sickle looking sickle, brah. Oh, that's silly. Let me see. Here's another one from Doctor Who Farted. How can I make standard low-level monsters like goblins or bandits more interesting? Isn't this like very similar to the last question they asked? Whatever. How do I make standard low-level minions like goblins or bandits more interesting? Give them unique personalities, motives, tactics. Perhaps the goblins are unusually clever, or maybe their leader is very charismatic in a way that is not expected. Maybe the bandits have a sympathetic cause. A small twist that can make familiar foes more memorable, right? If you are fighting a bandit and they're starting to lose and he pleads with you because he has a wife and kids at home, how are you going to react to that? We weren't going to kill you, sir. We just wanted your money. Please, I don't want to die. I have a family. What are you going to do? Are you going to fight him? Are you going to murder them anyways? What is an interesting way to use lycanthropy without going corny or just copy-paste horror films? Squish him like the bug he is. No, I think that's actually a good way to incorporate both of them, right? Lycanthropy is a blood curse that affects people that are unwilling, right? So, like, have that be the thing. Have, like, a lovable NPC, a local baker that likes to give free treats in the morning. Hey, these are all donuts from yesterday. I'm not going to be able to sell them, so why don't you kids take them, you know? You can have free donuts in the morning. It's just really wholesome and lovable, but he has lycanthropy, or maybe he contracts lycanthropy, so you have to track down a werewolf that's hunting people in the village, only to find out that it's Bob the baker. Now you have this scenario where it's like, we have to cure Bob. We need to find someone who can cast cure, or remove cures in a way that can cure Bob, because they're not going to kill him. They're not going to kill poor Bob. Use tactics. If the goblins make an ambush with bows and arrows. No, for sure. RuneSmith put out a really good video on goblins, and goblins should be clever. Put them in an interesting environment. A goblin camp is boring. 3 goblins riding a cannon is fun. That is fun. For sure, Beaver. That does sound like a great scenario. If I came up on 3 goblins and they were riding a cannon, it's like, hey man, what are you guys doing with that cannon? They're like, fire! Like, oh my god, I'm gonna go. We can never find Bob. Of course, who knows where Bob was? Who knows? That's dark. That's dark, 7. What is the next question? Love for a good time, not for a long time. Okay, someone is making these names up. Who is submitting these questions? Love for a good time, not for a long time. That's too long. What are some creative low-level quest items? Oh, quest ideas, not items. I'm an idiot. What are some creative low-level quest ideas? Beyond the standard fetch or combat quest, consider scenarios like solving village mysteries, right? Protecting a caravan, negotiating between feuding factions, or dealing with a natural disaster. Oftentimes when I'm starting a campaign, I will have people show up and they are like, there's a fire. Like they are like, oh wow, there's cool smoke coming from that village. We should go and figure it out. And then you show up in the village and like the store is on fire. Oh my God, there's alchemical components in the store. If we don't put it out now, it might explode and catch the rest of the town on fire. Now you have a plot hook that immediately gets players engaged, or they're running away. None of my business. But of course, if you put a fire inside of the, like, not the tavern, sorry, my brain just blanked. Inside of the actual shop, players will go put it out because they want to steal from the shop. That's just how it goes, right? The interesting twist on lycanthropy, it's born as a monster and changes into a human in the daylight, a were-human. Do you add, remove resistances from monsters to make combat more? Yes, I absolutely do that. So I have ran a beholder as a combat for a group of level 3 players, right? Now, like, you can't normally do that because they'll just die. So what I did was I changed some of the resistances and some of the abilities to be a little more chill. And it was a fun beholder fight that, like, I think it was like 5 level 3 players. And none of them died, but some of them got pretty close. One of them turned to stone, but they had a cleric locally that could fix it, so that was good. But absolutely, you should be changing some of these things to kind of fit the setting and the vibe more, right? I will absolutely homebrew all the mechanics in the background, like, to make it fun and exciting. There's a good example of that in Escape from Bloodkeep, where they took the stats of like a hill giant or a storm giant and gave it to a halfling just because it was funny. And it ended up being really funny because every time they tried to murder this halfling, it was like a Lord of the Rings thing, right? So they go to stab him and he'd block with a frying pan and be like, "Not today, sir. Can't get me. I just want to sit down and have a nice nip of tea." But you don't tell the players that he has the stats of a hill giant, right? Because that ruins the vibe. It's just a really talented or lucky halfling. Oh my God, I've gotten so many follows too. Tapperdat, appreciate the follow. Nip Nap Nappersack, appreciate the follow. Tips and Tricks, appreciate the follow. Hoil Peppa, am I saying that right? Hoil Peppa, that's the German one. Don't think I'm saying it right. Appreciate the follow. Beaver Poet, appreciate you following. Do you know of any lore about sea elves, aquatic elves in a source other than the class selection? I don't. Let me go look. Not that I can think off the top of my head. Let's see. Let's see elves. I'm so sorry. Monsters, sea elf. Nothing in the comments. Okay, fun and exciting. Nothing in the description. Sea elf scout. Nothing in the description. Okay. Sea elf race. Legacy. Danger from the depths. Shattercut. Wow, there's very little here as well. Wow, that sucks. The sea elves face many perils.
Elf.
Elf. Sawahagan. Why are those associated with the sea elves? It's so wild. I'll have to look into that. It's a really good point. My brain won't let me not think about that, so I will do research on it. Don't worry, my chat name cannot be spelled. Okay, that makes me feel better. Do you do the standard you meet at a tavern, or... Oh, I start very differently. Every time. Holy Peppa. I have an entire list, D100. Thanks for the follow, Seven. I appreciate you. I have an entire D100 list of ways parties can meet if I want to go random, but one of my favorite ones to do is you awake in a dark cavern, cocooned in web. And you start to pry yourself out of the web only to realize you're inside of a cave with about 30 other humanoids that are cocooned in web. And you slowly release the rest of the party from these cocoons along with, several other townspeople. Over the course of the next 48 hours, as the venom dissipates from your system, you kind of remember how you got there. Fast, get the holy pepper spray! It's true. It's very true. Holy pepper? Holy pepper, monstrepper. What was the next question? That was the quests. Who is this? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Sorry for your name. That seems offensive, and I'm not sure if it's offensive until I say it out loud, so I'm just not going to say it out loud. I like that a lot, actually. Well, thank you. There it is. How do I create memorable NPCs for low-level campaigns? Thanks, Caribbean. That's what I'll say your name is, because that's as close as I can get without being really weird and offensive. How do I create memorable NPCs for low-level campaigns? Just develop NPCs with distinct personalities, quirks, desires. Definitely what they want is going to affect how they act in the world, right? Even minor characters can leave a lasting impression if they have unique traits or play a meaningful role in the player's adventure, right? Example is I will often have a... distinct voice helps. I will often have a druid that is introduced to the party by following them. It's super creepy to have a squirrel following you, right? Especially for like 3 sessions, and you can see him in the distance, but you can't quite catch him. Eventually, the party will set up a trap to try to catch this squirrel. And when they find out it's a person who's trying to get help, but they're very bashful or something like that, then it's like a whole thing, right? It becomes very different when you depending on how you introduce NPCs. That same scenario from before where you show up in a town and the store is on fire, right? So I like to introduce my game, The Rings of the Morningstar. That's how I introduce it, right? Morningstar the wizard is standing there in front of the building because he set it on fire. Yeah, because he's lost his mind because he's cursed. So now the group has to find out what happened to this very powerful wizard and how to uncurse him so that he can get his mental acuity back. Until you figure it out, he's all pickles and elbow whistles and he's not helpful with anything. Or an injured person who follows you but eventually falls over. Yeah, for sure. That's a pretty good one. The most memorable NPC I have ever created was a Halvork. hunter. Is that a word? Half orc. Thank you. I thought that was something exotic that I didn't understand, but half orc makes sense. No, I get you for sure. You're good. He had a lame leg and a donkey. He don't trust others, but he will be friendly. I love that. I had a half orc that was a werebear. His name was Bruce, and he had that same kind of vibe, but he was real friendly, right? So Bruce was a barbarian, a barbarian. A barbarian? Anyways, he would turn into a bear, but also he was a bard and a barbarian, so it was a whole thing. Why wasn't the wizard arrested for arson before your party figured out he was cursed? Because it was his town. Because the name of the town is Morningstar, and when they find out he's the mayor, everyone's like, we can't talk back to the mayor, he'll unexist you because he's a wizard. And he's a max level wizard. But like the whole shtick is that he is a hex master. So he will hex himself with various magics to get great boons. And then the other rings he has a bunch of rings. The other rings he has counteracts the hexes so that he can exist. Right? So he has a hex that makes him lose a level every day. Right? Which gives him very powerful boons. A barbarian. But like he has to go out and slay a dragon before breakfast every day, you know what I mean? Just so he can keep his XP up to be level 20. Could be a man bear pig. A bard bear barian man bear pig. Scary. Yeah, that's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. What do you do? What do you do against a man bear barbarian pig? Man bear pig barian? Man barian bear. Nope. I'm gonna stop. This hurts my brain. A man barbarian pig. Let me see. Is this the one we were on before? Chronically Toxic. That's a good name. Chronically Toxic asks, what's the best approach for introducing complex game mechanics to beginners? I think we answered something like this before, right? Start with the basics and gradually introduce more complex mechanics, right? Provide hand-on learning opportunities through gameplay. Jesus, my brain is not working today. Through gameplay. Be patient and clear with explaining new things, because sometimes you will take for granted that you understand things that other people don't, right? That's something I have to deal with a lot, actually, is that I will not understand people explaining things because either my brain has blanked or I just need a different type of explanation, or I have to re-explain it to myself. I don't know. I have difficulty learning things unless I teach myself, unfortunately. No picnic basket would ever be safe. That's true. Only during breakfast. Let me see. Tiddlywink Tinkerer asks, how can I balance risk and reward in early adventures? How can I balance risk and reward in early adventures? Offer challenges that can be tough but fair. You don't want them to be too punishing, but also if people fail, you want to let them fail. Otherwise it feels hollow, right? You can use rewards that feel earned, but not overwhelmingly so. Like, you don't want to give somebody a staff of power at level 2, but an immovable rod could be a cool thing. A bag of holding could be a cool thing. What happens if you put a bag of holding or if you put an immovable rod in a bag of holding. Tailor the risk to be surmountable. As long as there is some effort or creativity, just ensure the players feel a sense of accomplishment. Does that make sense? I'm asking someone who's definitely not here. Oh. Have them observe in-game experiences where the rules are displayed for them to witness. Yeah, for sure. That is a huge one. If you're incorporating somebody into an ongoing game, having them just sit there and like watch a session is really helpful, but also can be boring if you're not into watching that kind of thing. But having a new session 0 when incorporating a player is always helpful. It even helps players that have been in the same campaign for a while to have like a refresher session like that, a session 0. If a campaign is going to go for multiple years, I like to have a session 0 every 6 months or so, just to like make sure we're all on the same page still. Obviously, we're going over different things, but I want to touch bases, you know, see how everyone feels about their backstory being incorporated into the game and things. Another noticeable encounter was a dragon hatchling on copper coins in a basket. How will the players react to that? That's true. Comes with its own little horde. Although, I will let you know, players will always try to raise a dragon. Always. Let them do it. Dragons require a constant source of magic items. They require a safe place with a constant connection to their elemental type. So, like, if they are green dragons, they have to be in a swamp or, like, somewhere that is like that. A possession effect where the player has to take a back seat against their will, but can still observe is a workaround. That's pretty good. That's not the worst idea. I just wouldn't do it for... I would only do that for like half a session, right? Especially... Ooh, you could even have them like try to affect... When they're like, hey, I don't think my player would do that. Be like, hey, try to... like, give me a Constitution saving throw or a Wisdom saving throw. Your player... Everyone sees the new guy acting strangely, almost like he doesn't want to do what he's doing. That's pretty good. You slowly phase out the possession because other players would, like, start to realize it. Players will raise anything. Exactly, Beaver. For sure. Players will raise anything. With the immovable rod inside of a bag of holding, I'd rule that nothing would happen due to the bag of holding having a separate dimension and is not technically... Exactly. You are exactly correct, Glitch King. It would not move at all inside the bag of holding. It would stay right there, but that's the point of the bag, is you can kind of move it around. And I think that's funny. I wonder if there's a cheeky way to keep people from pickpocketing your bag of holding by using an immovable rod. How does that work if you put the immovable rod halfway in the bag of holding and halfway out and then activate it? The players must raid the castle to rescue the dragon hatchling from the princess. Don't grab the rod in the bag when the owner moves. It's true. Well, I like the idea of it being just inside, like blocking it, and someone tries to grab it, but they can't grab anything because it's immovable, you know? The bag would fall unless it's on the ground. That's true, I guess. Because it wouldn't be attached to the rod. It would just kind of fall and the rod would stay there. These are the kind of things that you could test if you were in, like, physically in D&D, but not testable, like, as mechanics, you know? That's silly. What's the best approach to introducing? I already did that one. How can I balance risk and reward? Did I already do that one? I think I did. This one's from Wick Whack Patty Slack? Wick Whack Patty Slack. What are some tips for creating engaging dungeon crawls for low-level parties? Design dungeons with variety of challenges. Jesus, my fucking voice today. Including like traps, puzzles. You could even put social encounters. Definitely not just combat. If you put just combat, then it's gonna feel like there's just combat, right? Keep each one compact to maintain pacing and interest, if that makes sense. So like a good example of a social encounter would maybe you find someone who is sitting next to a campfire. They sit next to the campfire because the campfire makes you immortal as long as you sit next to it, right? And you can attune to the campfire over the course of a long rest. But dude keeps being reset to the campfire because each time he tries to leave, he dies and is set back to the campfire. Like a little respawn point. Say it's a curse. A good way for reward is a skill point or a tailor-made talent. For sure, I like to give extra feats because depending on the skill or what has happened, feats can feel very good when they're extra. 1, find a ring of wishes. 2, go to the astral plane and find a dangerous lair. 3, wish there was a stable link between said lair and the bag of holding. 4, return to the normal plane and destroy the bag near a hated enemy and die of laughter. Well, I mean, if you're doing stuff like that, you have spells that can do that, right? You can just plane shift somebody. There's a saving though for that, right? Although I do really like that. Although even a random spot in the astral plane is not going to be great. You know what I mean? That's way too strong if you do it every... Yeah, for sure. If you're going to give extra feats or something like that, it should be like 1 or 2 extra feats. Like, I let my players be very powerful in my games. I will let them start with a feat. I will give certain classes and subclasses extra feats to start with. So if you are a variant human who is a sorcerer who has the Strixhaven background, you're going to start with 3 feats. 4 feats, sorry. Because Strixhaven is 1, human variant is another, the starting feat I give you, and then I give sorcerers Metamagic Adept to start. Because sorcerers should have metamagic when they start. That's just my opinion. Just messing with the bag of holding. Yeah, I get that. A human with 4 feet, that's just a centaur. Well, I mean, is it? Centaurs don't have feet. They have hooves. So a human centaur with 4 feet, ugh, gross. Oh, I can picture it. But now I picture that the feet are just hands and his face is a big hand. Does that make sense? I want that. I want that as a bad guy. Portable hole doesn't work on living beings. Does that mean it works on undead like a dragon? Yeah, for sure it should. Theoretically. Hi, how are you doing today? Hope everything's well. Doing really good, Gift of Gabby. How are you? I just drew a little spooky guy and oops, I got ideas on variants and genres, lore, etc. Supposed to be a sketch, new race, for sure. That's how it always goes. That's how homebrew starts. I mean, that's why I have a full Crown of Candy setting was because I just kept changing things until eventually it was this. Adding stuff and changing stuff and ugh. Also, how you doing today, Gabby? What is it? Yeah, it's called Darker Steepers. They were elves, but an evil human emperor drove them so deep underground that they were in radioactive caves for like 1,000+ years. Wow, I really like that. They started to leave their former cave homes, and now they're tiny little balls of stress. They are sending out adventurers to help to build a good reputation so they can get help from their many health. I'm okay. They're a kind of sickly race. No, that's great. It's kind of like I don't know, it kind of feels like Snurf Nevlin that have been like screwed over in kind of a way. Just a little guy, like gnomes. It definitely has like that Snurf Nevlin vibe, right? Like we are from the depths of darkness, but we're not dark people. Health problems for sure. Well, I mean, I wouldn't even like, you don't want to give races drawbacks, right? Because that doesn't feel good mechanically, but you can represent that with like air quote weaknesses. Let's say that they get dark vision, but not really, right? Let's say that they glow because they're radioactive, so they are always a source of light, for better or for worse. So if you're around them, you always have like 10 feet of dark vision, but also if you're in the darkness and an enemy can see you, like they can just see you because you're lit up. I get some great ideas from Dungeon Dad. Yeah, that guy's great. He converts older edition monsters into 5e and some cool things. Yeah, for sure. I've actually done that a lot with older edition monsters and things. It works out really well. Fourth edition is a treasure trove of mechanics that have been lost and forgotten. It's wild to me that like so many things were just left out for 5th edition because I don't understand. Like, I've even seen some third-party creators that take some of these things and update them for 5th edition to great success. It's good stuff. Is that, I think it was Acquisitions Incorporated that was doing that? Maybe it's Cobalt Press, though. Let me see. I have my notes here. Look up merfolk lore. Elf. See elf. There you go. Better. You can't monetize your game if you use 4E, not covered by OGL. Yeah, I guess that's a thing. But like, just because you have inspiration doesn't mean you're stealing the idea, right? Because you can redesign something from 4th edition to be updated to 5th edition without completely stealing it, right? You can take inspiration without stealing. It's not just physical bad health, but mental bad health for the playable ones might lean that way. Maybe they get matting muttering that does... so I would actually just give them a vulnerability to a certain type of damage, right? Maybe a vulnerability to one and a resistance to another. If that makes sense. Let's change you from a gargoyle to something else. Let's see if I can make you just a little guy. There it is. Nailed it. I will be right back. Hey, gang. I have to go. I have a small emergency. Christmas alarm. I gotta head out, gang. Let me see who's live. Sorry. I'm sorry, I know. I might stream again later. If nothing else, I'll be back tomorrow. Davy Chappie's live. Let's rate him. I appreciate you being here. Sorry to end so abruptly and all that. My mom's freaking out. She has a big leak in her like water main, so she's afraid it's gonna burst, and like I need to go look at it because it has bursted before. So for sure. Either way, I appreciate you being here. I love you, silly fucking faces. If I'm not back later on today, then I'll see you tomorrow. Happy holidays, everybody. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Is it like oh, it's just its own thing. You guys can just make it for each other.